Okay. Good morning. From wherever. Well, from here in the UK. Obviously, around the world, it's New Year's Day. So, a happy 2023 for all viewers today. Obviously, in the last few days, obviously the biggest sports news is the passing of Pele, possibly the greatest ever player. In the game of football, people will debate that, saying certain players are better and that he's not the goat, and it's all this. But for me, Pele is possibly the greatest ever player to play the beautiful game. First player to win three World Cups. First player to play in four World Cups consecutively. Um, Holding a lot of records, and then post playing. Obviously, key in the development of Puma's football boot division in their sports development division. Um, look, the Ronaldo Messi debate. I think when it comes to club football, when it comes to the club game, they're pretty even. But on the international stage, if you add that in, the way it's ended, and the way the Ronaldo situation at Man United, which does raise a lot of questions about the culture at that club anyway, and how they handle situations between players and coaches and such. Um, is it finally over though? Because well, the way it's gone, and the way that um, Ronaldo, I think Ronaldo's situation there, I think it ended when he gave his interview to Piers Morgan. Personally, I think it ended last summer during the Euros. Really, the way Portugal was so poor in the Euros a year and a half ago, I think is where that rivalry really was starting to end. But I've never been a fan of Ronaldo. That's the weird thing, and I'm not really a massive fan of Messi either. I've never really been a fan of either player. Um, but I think Messi's the better player, better team player. But it's an interesting. I don't think it would have worked to Man City either. I think it would have been equally disruptive to Man City. And the outcome would have been similar. I have no doubt. Uh, I have no doubt. Do I agree? Anyone can stop Man City? Of course they can. PSG can't win the Champions League, no matter how much they try and buy it. Bayern Munich are declining, and Real Madrid, where are they getting all this money from? Because they're technically bankrupt. So I think it is doable. Um, I think that's a very brave statement to say. Can anyone not stop them? But no, in regards to the Ronaldo Messi rivalry, I think the media started to hype that up in the last decade or so. Before Ronaldo goes to Spain, there is no rivalry there, really. And I think people claim that this is the best era of football we've ever seen. I don't think that's the case. I think it's actually one of the weakest eras of football we've ever seen. Um, and the reason why I say that, and why I say Pele is the best player, past or present, is when Pele was playing, um, South American players weren't really allowed to play in Europe. So let that sink in. Very few South American players were allowed to go to Europe to ply their trade because of the political situation in South America. Imagine if Pele had played in Europe at that time. Then we would have seen some ridiculous stats. Um, I'm not so sure about Man City. I'm not sold. Not sold. And De Bruyne, I think there's question marks over um, certain aspects of De Bruyne's game. I honestly do think that. Look what's happened with Belgium. An equally talented Belgium squad as you would see with what he's playing with Man City, really. And we'll see what happens. I mean, I do think something with De Bruyne, especially in that World Cup. Now, whether that's down to the manager he was working with, the players he was playing alongside, is another one. But De Bruyne, when he's injured, Haaland won't score. Interesting. And De Bruyne is very injury prone, and Haaland's actually had a few injuries as well. And around 78% of Haaland's goals this season have come through De Bruyne. So if one of those players in that little partnership goes down, you cut off goal supply. Um, I don't think he was the sole reason why Belgium went as far as they did 4 years ago. Uh, well, no, technically 4.5 years ago, but he had a massive impact on that team alongside the Hazard brothers in 2018 in the direction the team went. But the situation with Belgium, and they're in a similar situation with several nations right now, is they're now looking to replace coaches, and this is where the Southgate situation with his position with England. Now he's decided to stay in the role until the end of the Euros in 2024. Uh, and obviously that debate when England, crashed out against France. I wouldn't say they crashed out. They actually played quite well in that game. The refereeing, I think, would have equally infuriated both teams. But the situation around Gareth Southgate, we'll have to see if he actually does stay until the next Euros, um, and whether um, you know. He does see out his contract. Also, rugby union news: Joe Marler is facing a lengthy ban for comments he made during Harlequins Bristol match to an opposition player, um, and a lot of people online are saying rugby's going soft, and they've heard worse at the club level and an amateur level and stuff like that. People tend to forget this is a player who was banned for 10 weeks for racially abusing an opposition player. Joe Marler is a moron. Quite frankly, there's sledging, and then there's making inappropriate comments, and then there's going too far. So that's going to be interesting to see how long he gets suspended and cited for. He's got a meeting, I believe, on Monday, which is tomorrow. And but Joe Marler's looking at a lengthy suspension, very lengthy suspension. Bear in mind, this is a player who technically, if we are going by technicalities under UK, well, in Anglo Welsh law, because Scotland has a different legal system, but if we're going by uh, legal system, technically assaulted Alan Wynne Jones sexually when you grabbed him by the goolies. Um, and so Joe Marler's an idiot. Absolute idiot. And I'm seeing comments online basically defending him, saying, "Oh, it's part of the game. It's a bit of banter. It's nothing serious. Players need to toughen up." I'm sorry, but technically they're advocating for racist, misogynistic, sexual assault behaviour. That's not radish. That's not within the culture of the game. I'm sorry. I think Joe Marler does deserve his suspension. Whatever he gets, the guy's a moron. He's regardless of who you support. Um, this is where I think the more stories that come out about rugby touring behaviour and the culture within dressing rooms, and I've seen it, and I do agree that there is a problem there. I call it boorish behaviour. Really, I went to school with people like that. It's a culture that's carried over from uh, public and grammar schools. Um, the so-called boys will be boys. It's character building. It's bullshit. There is a toxic culture within rugby union that it refuses to accept and face up to. And Joe Marler's the face of it. So hopefully he gets a lengthy suspension. And anyone who says that rugby's gone soft, I mean, unfortunately, I think the sport is in denial about the issues that it has and the behaviour of its players. Yes, Johnny Bateman is going back to the NRL, and the way it ended the Raiders a couple of years ago makes me question how long he's going to stick it out this time. Um, the way his contract was handled by the Raiders and the NRL with his agent at the time, I think was badly handled. We'll see how he does at West Tigers. The West Tigers were dreadful last year. Obviously, they got Tim Sheens back in and Benji Marshall as the assistant coach. They've obviously got a long term plan to rebuild and restructure the playing squad and the club and the direction the team's taking. It will be interesting to see how that all pans out, and whether they can get off the basement and make it back to finals, because they have not been in the final eight for the best part of a decade now. I would say they've made some decent signings, but it's all about getting. You can have a team of great players. You can have a team of really good, talented players, team of superstars, if you will, and they don't gel together. So there's some big personalities that have been signed by the Tigers, big personalities and big egos. And Tim Sheens and Benji Marshall have to deal with that. And Benji Marshall, as an assistant, is very inexperienced. And Tim Sheens has been out of the coaching game in the NRL for a long time. And giving up Jackson Hastings is a bit of a head scratcher. It really is. I think that's a big mistake because he's a more versatile player than other players. He's got some experience in there. Um, so we'll see what happens. Chelsea, yeah. Well, look, Haaland scored more Premier League goals this season than Chelsea. So yes, they do have a problem with production. They do. Uh, I don't know if Vlahovic is the solution. I'm not even sure Graham Potter was the solution when he was appointed when they sacked Tuchel, which I felt was bizarre. But the situation at Chelsea over the last couple of years with the ownership situation that's obviously been brought on by political situation and the conflict in Eastern Europe, and then you have a new owner come in. There was the transfer embargo, which limited player movement. They lost players on which they couldn't extend their contracts under the transfer rules that were put in place at the time in the summer. Chelsea's an interesting one. Has Chelsea's era of winning trophies come to an end? Has their period of being one of the competitive dominant sides in the English game ended? Um, and so we'll have to see what happens with Chelsea. I don't think Graham Potter is a bad manager, but look how well Brighton are doing since he's moved on. Everyone thought Brighton would fall off a cliff, and they're in the European places. So Chelsea's an enigma at the moment. Um, and the build up and the makeup uh, of their squad. Will they win trophies though? Will they? Well, that's the question. Will they win trophies? Because I'm not so sure they will. I'm not so sure they will. I do honestly think that they're at a crossroads, and I do think it's more than just a striker they need. Um, and I think the win now mentality, and it doesn't matter who the owner is, the managerial stability at Chelsea doesn't exist, and that's a problem. And they've not had that managerial stability for a long time, and it doesn't matter who the owner is at Chelsea. It never has. Even before Abramovich, there was lack of managerial stability at Chelsea. They've never had a manager, you know, have a very stable spell. And you could even argue about the Mourinho years. He wasn't there very long. It's the win now mentality at Chelsea. I think has also caught up with them. Their youth policies caught up with them. Um, some of the players they've let go. De Bruyne, Salah, let that sink in. They were in their system. Um, some of their signings have been poor. Um, and the makeup of the squad isn't right, personally. And I think it's a combination of factors has led to Chelsea being where they are. It's more than just a striker, a midfielder, and defensive situation. Um, but the transfer window's open. But I think unless Chelsea go on a run in a cup competition, they're not going to win any silverware this year. That's a personal opinion on that one. Really, United are going to start winning trophies. That United couldn't win the league for 20 years. In fact, United ended up in the old second division at one point. So let's not pretend just because a club's had a lot of success in the past that they're going to be successful in the future. Liverpool took 30 years to win a league title, and there were lengthy spells in that 30 years where they won nothing every season. So let's stop pretending that the team's going to be dominant forever. I mean, Man City went, I think, was it 36 years without a trophy? Let's get back to reality, please. Liverpool. There's rumours sort of say that the Fenway Sports Group will sell the club. Um, I think Newcastle are now another thing thrown in the mix. I think Brighton can be dangerous. Obviously, Leicester proved what you can do if you're a well-run club off the field. Um, so there are various things at play that make the league much harder to predict now than what it was 5, 10 years ago, which is a good thing. And again, I haven't finished my club history videos yet. You're going to find a lot of clubs that have been very, very successful over a lengthy period of time that aren't successful anymore, and other clubs that went lengthy periods without winning anything, you suddenly are successful. Um, oh, the Everton situation again. That's down to the Everton. I mean, Everton have been mismanaged for 30 years. How Everton have ended up the situation they're in is beyond me. Um, it really is. In regards to Mendy and Kepa, that's a boiling situation there. That's a situation that could be unsettling in the dressing room when you've got some very big egos. And Mendy doesn't strike me as a big ego until recently, but Kepa's obviously got an ego on him as well. And you need is Graham Potter the right guy to control those egos? Wolves, yeah, look, it's all well and good having money, but if you can't spend it or invest it correctly, it's wasted. Uh, and the Portuguese influence at Wolves, is that a good or bad thing? Let that sink in. Uh, I wouldn't say Chelsea have been top three in that time. Um, Chelsea wildly go up and down. Lisbon, Hampton Wanderers. I mean, look, the Wolves situation, the Portuguese influence on Wolves, is that a good or bad thing? Considering how Portugal really were poor at the last couple of tournaments, I think that's a bad thing. I think I'm not sure how the fans feel about it. It's clearly uh, there's clearly a problem there. But yes, Chelsea did win the Champions League 2 years ago. Then they sacked their manager who won it. So tells you anything about the culture at Chelsea. You can be a manager who brings the club silverware and still get the job. They're not patient enough, and that's the structures of the club. And it doesn't matter who the owner is and the board structure. There's not enough patience at Chelsea, which is why I think Graham Potter will not be there very long, and I think that's a problem. Oh, Newcastle, yeah, Newcastle and Arsenal went for a period where they liked the French league for players, and it didn't benefit either side really. Um, but Arsenal are on the upswing. I think Arsenal are favourites to win uh, uh, the Premier League at this point. It's all about how they get through the January period and if they add to the squad. Oh yeah, Alan Pardew when he was there, yes, they did bring in a lot of French players, and there are some question marks over some of those transfers even still to this day about the legality um, of some of those transfers. Um, The United States of Leeds, yeah. I mean, look, there are some tongue-in-cheek jokes about some clubs with their ownership structures and where the money comes from and the nationality of some of their players. I mean, Bolton Wanderers and Chelsea back in the 90s were basically the foreign legion. I think Bolton played Chelsea and not a single English player was on the pitch. I remember a fixture, if I'm not mistaken, Bolton played Chelsea and not a single English player was playing in that game. Um, but again, the part of that is to do with ownership, where the owners are from, and you know, uh, there has to come a point where is that beneficial or harmful to a team. Um, but yes, Nouveau Chateau United. Yes, yes. Chateau Nouveau, I think, would be the French way of saying that. Chateau Nouveau would be like Art Deco and Art Nouveau. You would put the the castle bit, as in describing the type of building, chateau first, and the nouveau second. So it'd be Chateau Nouveau, uh, Club Football, something like that. And there is that Brazil link with Liverpool, and there is, you know, and that's down to recruitment policy and club scouting, and ownership does have a part to play in that. Now, the Liverpool situation, that there's rumours about potential sale of Liverpool. There's rumours also swirling about potential sale of Man United by the Glazers for investment. Yes, Chelsea do have a history with Italians, Germans, Spaniards, and Brazilians as well, and the Dutch, surprisingly. Chelsea though, Chelsea and a few other clubs, that their youth policy is a bit suspect and questionable. And over the years on this channel, I've had a lot of Chelsea fans um, subscribe and leave comments and have the discussion about certain things. And their youth policy has come up quite a bit. And yes, Chelsea with their youth policy, and look how they've dealt with some players that they've had in their system at various times. I use the examples of Mo Salah and Kevin De Bruyne who've gone on. Is a big one. Hugo Lloris losing every trophy there is, and Giroud winning every trophy there is. That is an interesting one, although Hugo Lloris has actually won a World Cup. Uh, Giroud is a very underrated player. Very underrated player. He is a poor man's Ibrahimovic. Let's be honest with Olivier Giroud. He's not the quickest. He's not the most skillful, but he's very very hard working. He is a team player. When he's not scoring the goals, he's still bringing other players into play. He is when you buy your Ibrahimovic off Wish. That's my way to describe Olivier Giroud. But yes, he's won every. I think he's won every domestic. He's won the Italian, French, and English leagues. He hasn't won the German league and he hasn't won the Spanish league. And if he'd done that, he'd won the Big Five. That would be ridiculous. He's won domestic cups. He's won European trophies. So yeah, I think his medal haul is ridiculous. For a player who started out in the lower levels of French football, one of the lower level clubs, his work ethic, I think, is definitely what sets him apart from many other players. Um, and it does show that it's not all about skill, um, and it's not all about flashiness, and hard work does pay off. Hard work and determination can take you a very, very long way. He's got a bit of skill in there. Let's not pretend that he's hopeless. And he was much maligned at Arsenal and Chelsea. He got a lot of bad press, which I felt was unfair. And he's proven it over in Italy as well, which is a much harder league to score goals in. He's still scoring the goals. So there you go. But don't get me wrong, Mbappe at the rate he's scoring will surpass him in the French goal scoring league table. Um, but it will take a little time. And the Mbappe situation and PSG and how long the Qatari ownership of PSG will last, who knows? Um, we shall see. The Haaland will surpass Salah for goal scoring. Well, he's got to the 20 goal mark, the quickest of all time in the league. Um, which is ridiculous. But this is his first season. You've got to see how the second and third seasons go, and also how long he decides to stay at Man City. That is another thing. And also, a part of that is how long Guardiola stays at Man City as well. Um, Obviously, Guardiola has decided to extend until 2025. That's not as long as you think. There's only 2 more years. And Guardiola has has stated he doesn't want to do a Wenger or a Ferguson and stay for 2+ decades. So could this be Guardiola's last contract extension? If he doesn't win the Champions League, what then? If they don't win a trophy this season, which is plausible that they might not actually win a trophy this. Imagine if Man City win no trophies this season. Let that sink in. Um, uh, so there is a bit of a backdrop to Man City, and imagine if they don't win any trophies this season, which is very plausible. They may not win the FA Cup, the League Cup, the Premier League, and the Champions League. They may lose all four. Um, let that sink in. Um, they're not looking as good as a whole team compared to a couple of years ago. They look more vulnerable. They are dropping games than in previous years they've won. They're drawing games that they would have won in previous years. So there's definitely some weaknesses within the Man City side, and they are sort of being figured out by other good sides. I think Liverpool showed the way the season before they won their league title, how to beat the Man City system. Yes, they've now got the striker in there that they've been lacking for a couple of years, but there are ways to shut the Man City system down quite effectively. Many sides have done it, but very few sides can do it consistently. Um, but there's been individual moments in individual games where teams have done it, and I think one of the better ones was when Wigan beat them 1-0 in the FA Cup. I think that was a blueprint of how to do it. And it doesn't matter what league you're in or the form guide. And you look at how well Newcastle are doing in their first full season with money. They're well ahead of where Man City were at the same stage. So Newcastle have definitely got better scouting in place. They've definitely got better team chemistry in place, and I think going with an English manager and having them in place is also very, very important. Um, um, yeah, I don't think it's just Haaland that balanced the side. I think the side as a whole and defensively they're very suspect. I've always said that about Man City. They cannot defend very well. They rely on basically out intimidating the opponent by their goal scoring. And if you put that defence under pressure, it will give you a lot of goals. And I mean, yes, Man City can score 4 or 5, make it 4-5-0, then the opposition have just given up. But if you stick in a game against Man City and put that defence under a bit of pressure, um, they're very sloppy and they're very defensively suspect. So I'm not sold on that the goalkeeper and the defence combination, the obsession with the sweeper keeper. It's their undoing. If you're gonna have a sweeper, play a sweeper, take pressure off the goalkeeper. But Guardiola's got this hard on for the sweeper keeper, really does. And that's not necessarily the best way to go about uh, playing. Um, which is why I think it's actually impacted the balance of the side. Now, yes, they've won the Premier League a lot under Guardiola, and that's fine. But I would also argue the opposition teams that they were playing against weren't necessarily as good a quality. Um, really, you think Man City losing the league is what they need to win the Champions League? I wouldn't go that far. But then again, Chelsea losing the FA Cup final, they went on to win the Champions League final. So there is that. Um, and that was quite an interesting one. But Guardiola is not in the business of losing, and I'm not sure that will with this team be. Everyone's raging about Haaland, but they're not top. There's a fair gap between Arsenal and Man City. They're given a head start basically to their opposition now. Um, Look, we'll have to see what happens. I mean, look at some of the signings that Man City have made that haven't had an impact. Grealish and is one of them who's not doing well for the money that's paid. Newcastle have been very astute in only making a couple of signings and adding that to a side that, if properly coached and motivated, can play very well. And look at Newcastle's record under Eddie Howe. They've made a handful of signings, really. They haven't like completely wholesale changed the side. And they've just added a few players, and suddenly they're one of the best teams in the country and very dangerous. And an outside bet to win the title. Imagine if they did that, win the title. That'd be fantastic. Um, well, Arsenal doesn't have the money. It's all you don't necessarily have to have bucket loads of money to win the league. Leicester proved that. So this unending wealth doesn't necessarily buy you success. Make that a point. Um, Long-term success, I think it helps a lot more having the bottomless pit of blood money. However, running the way you know uh, youth development, recruitment, balance of squad can mitigate the bottomless pit of wealth. Look, I mean, PSG have tried to buy the Champions League and can't do it. Man City can't win the Champions League. They have got bottomless pits of wealth. They'll never be bankrupt. I mean, they don't comply by financial fair play, but they're not going to run out of money anytime soon. It doesn't guarantee success. What guarantees success is stability, investing your money wisely, good youth policy, so constantly bringing players through your youth system into the main side, and very astute scouting when it comes to picking up players for below market value. And historically, you can look at that with, let's say, clubs like Nottingham Forest. They didn't have any money. They won 2 European Cups. No, Nottingham Forest were basically bankrupt when Brian Clough is appointed manager. Some very good scouting, some very astute signings. They win back-to-back European Cups. So, and were one of the dominant sides of the 80s. Won a lot of trophies. So let that sink in. Liverpool might become a new oil club. They're looking for investment. They're not looking to completely sell the club. And the Fenway Sports Group are worth billions of dollars anyway. The situation with Fenway Sports Group is very, very interesting because a year ago they bought a majority stake in the Pittsburgh Penguins ice hockey team. So they invested a lot of their capital in another sports team, which is very, very interesting. They own the Red Sox, which is a license to print money. I know Major League Baseball's got its issues, but the Red Sox is a license to print money. Um, they own a NASCAR team, which in America is a license to print money. They have some very, very profitable sporting teams, basically. It's a good way to look at it. Liverpool is a global brand. Liverpool should be making money, regardless of their league position, because you just merchandise sales and overseas fans. License to print money. Should be. And this is where I think the economics of football is broken because of, and no offence to Newcastle fans and no offence to Man City fans or PSG fans, because there are some PSG fans who will, stood by the club when they were in the second French division. The falsehood of the economics of football now, with this new oil money, means that well-run clubs like Liverpool, which is a license to print money, are having the money outprinted because the bottomless pits of wealth of a handful of clubs that will never ever have a downturn in economics because they're basically state-owned. So, there is that. I mean, Newcastle. I mean, people go Newcastle. Obviously, they haven't won a major trophy for a long time. That club will always sell out. That club will always sell out St James's Park. And Newcastle United is a license to print money on a domestic level on a small scale because the club will always be should always be profitable, regardless of the league position. Always be profitable. Should never ever be in debt. And of course, Mike Ashley ran that club appallingly for a long period of time. And the previous owners ran it appallingly as well. So Newcastle's been run very, very badly on a financial standpoint for the best part of 25 years. Um, but Newcastle United as a club should be a license to print money. Um, Rangers and Celtic in Scotland, I know the Scottish League is not as competitive as it used to be many years ago. Rangers and Celtic should never, ever, ever, ever be bankrupt because they are the controlling aspects of the Scottish football system. They are a license to print money. They should never, ever be short of cash. But unfortunately, as I say, the current economics with the PSGs and the Newcastles and the Man Cities have completely distorted the landscape whereby clubs now have to overextend themselves because they don't have that bottomless pit of excess cash on top of the license to make profit. So their profit margins become squeezed and they do overextend themselves. And then, of course, you've got the overinflated transfers and the managerial payouts when managers keep getting sacked. It is what it is. Um, Chelsea have actually always had money problems. You can't call Chelsea the biggest club in London. Although historically early on they had a sellout streak for many years. Chelsea have actually had money problems for decades. For some reason Chelsea cannot make money for whatever reason. Even with Abramovich, they were actually operating at a loss. So Chelsea, for some reason, aren't a license to print money. Who knew? But I mean, the game itself, and I've discussed obviously the history of the football league, and I've looked at a lot of clubs. I haven't done all the football league yet. I haven't gone through every single football league club at this time, past and present. But a lot of the clubs I've looked at have gone through a period where they haven't made a lot of money. Financial problems, almost going bust. Administration, bad management, bad ownership, and you could argue that the market is oversaturated in this country, and there's a limited amount of fans you can have. You could also argue that the economics of the sport are broken, which they are. I mean, honestly, if we're looking at the economics of the sport, I think 70 to 80% of the football league clubs would be in breach of financial fair play or the profit loss rule. So there's your argument for a salary cap and a spending cap right there. That the majority of clubs are actually operating at a loss or barely breaking even, or making operational losses, or skewing their books to make it seem like they're making a profit. Um, I wouldn't say PSG is a brand now. PSG is a what? It's a vanity project. What PSG is, not a brand. I would never be seen dead wearing. I wouldn't even collect any PSG merchandise. Ah, that to me is not a brand I would want to be associated with. Would want to collect any of their merchandise. When was the last time Villa made money? Villa haven't been run well for a long time. Uh, Villa have not been run well for a long time. But again, Villa should be a license to print money. Second City club, massive fan base, one of the most successful English clubs in history. They've won a European Cup. They've won league titles, FA Cups, etc. You can name it, league cups. They've won everything domestically. Again, badly managed. Badly managed. Players used to want to sign for Villa. It was one of those clubs that you wanted to sign for. Um, uh, and now players don't want to sign there. They want to move on from there. Bayern Munich, is that a brand? Bayern Munich is too well run, to be fair, for German football. PSG since 2003 before the Qatari takeover. Yeah, but they were in the second division in French football for a lengthy period in that time, so they're not that successful, are they? And they don't have the biggest fan base, so you can't say PSG is a big club and they're not the biggest club in France. I wouldn't say Bayern Munich ruined German football. They just worked the German system that clubs agreed to put in place the best. Dortmund's still got the biggest fan base and the biggest stadium. Until recently, German football was very competitive, and I will say, when I go through the German league and I look at club histories, you're going to see that Dortmund haven't won everything every year. But this last decade has stretched their trophy lead over Dortmund by a lot. But they're the best run German club in a very structured, well disciplined system. Um, you don't hear a lot of German clubs going tits up. You'll hear about German clubs having their financial struggles at points. You don't hear about German clubs going into administration and going bust as often as other clubs across Europe. Um, yeah, Marseille's got the biggest fan base, yes, and they're the only French club to win the Champions League. So let that sink in. Leipzig, Red Bull Leipzig. There's two clubs in German football that the fans and the media don't like. Leipzig is one of them because of their ownership model. Um, the 50+1 rule is not a compulsory rule, but it's the preferred ownership model, and a lot of clubs have decided to all agree to that. And you've got Red Bull Leipzig, and I think it's is it Bleifeld or Hoffenheim is the other one, and again a very rich industrialist coming in, and the fans not having their ownership stake. They're the two clubs, and it's like MK Dons here in England. Let's do the Americanization model and relocate a club against the fan base's wishes. Um, there are clubs you just love to hate, and they're the German clubs that everyone else hates. And to be fair, they are unique in Germany with not having that 50+1 rule. Um, I wouldn't say every Tom, Dick, and Harry is wearing a PSG shirt. I don't know where you're walking around, but it's definitely not a thing where I live and where I go out. It's not a habitual thing where I live, but maybe that's what the kids want for Christmas. Bayern did not go into a Super League. The Big Six Premier League did, but I wouldn't say this is anything but destroy football. It's not helping the German national side. And it's not helping the German league system that Bayern are winning all the time. It's definitely weakening Germany as a on a bargaining point with UEFA because it adds credence to the UEFA coefficient being more broken. Uh, I wouldn't say everyone does nowadays, and social media influencers. I mean, they've had a very positive week, haven't they? With some of the social media influencers coming across as utter planks. Um, Andrew Tate, anyone? I wouldn't say 95% of social media influencers. What a term. Let them wear their plastic jersey. Let them wear their crap. And let them spout their shit. Because personally, in my opinion, PSG is a false club at the moment, with a false economy that's killed French football, domestically at least. The best French players don't play in France for the most part. For the most part, Mbappe notwithstanding, they get picked up from the other French clubs and end up in other leagues. Uh, Griezmann, for example. The fact the majority of the French side don't play in France, which tells you all you need to know really about the strength of their domestic league. PSG is not good for football. Yeah, they didn't sign up for the European Super League, but they don't need to. Don't need to. Have they marketed themselves amazingly? They've got Neymar. They've got a petulant child who's busy banging his sister. They've got an aging Messi who admittedly did win the World Cup and played very, very well in that World Cup and played with some very good players in that World Cup. But have they? Have they really marketed themselves effectively? Because they've breached financial fair play multiple times, and there's question marks over the ownership and the human rights record, and the fact that French football fans hate PSG, and it's one of those a celebrity influencers go take their selfies outside the Parc des Princes and wear the jersey without actually understanding that the club itself is a merger of two failed clubs in the 70s, and the fact that the French league system until they ruined it was very competitive. Yeah, great. Yeah, they market themselves really well by destroying French football domestically. There's no TV deal. There's no money in the game. Other clubs have all agreed, including AS Monaco, that they can't financially compete with PSG. Even Ineos, who own Nice, are going, yeah, no, we're not going to spend this kind of money. It's not worth it because the returns aren't good enough. I wouldn't say they've marketed themselves amazingly. They've managed to destroy the market they're in, which is ridiculous. To weaken a market on its competitiveness ultimately weakens your product. And the fact that loads of vacuous, brain dead North Americans and Europeans who have no knowledge of the sport, really, are just wearing it for a fashion statement. It's like the New York Yankees. Most of the world doesn't give a fuck about baseball. Everyone's wearing Yankees gear, apparently. That was in the 90s thing, right? That's why certain sports brands are licensed to print money. The Toronto Maple Leafs are an absolutely shocking NHL team, right? They have not been to a Stanley Cup final since 1967. They cannot get out the first round of the playoffs for most of my life. They might do well in the regular season. They can't win fuck all. Licensed to print money because for some reason the Toronto sports market will support failure. Who knew? New York Rangers, the LA Kings with the Gretzky era. My brother wears LA Kings gear. He doesn't even like ice hockey. It is a fashion statement that because a certain celebrity may be actually a fan of that team and maybe a film star or a musician or something, and they wear the gear, the kids buy it. Then the celebrities want to be friends with that celebrity. They're wearing the LA Kings gear or they're wearing the PSG gear. They have no knowledge of the sport. It's like Drake. Drake, he every Toronto game, I don't know what the team is and how crap they are. Drake's there. Right, Drake is there. The Raptors, the Blue Jays, the Maple Leafs, Toronto FC. Drake is there. The teams are shit. Right, they can't win. Right, but because Drake's there, it sells merchandise. That's it. In fact, they're not great at marketing themselves. The celebrity's great at marketing for them. And then they realise, oh, okay, well, we'll just link up with this celebrity. And they can sell the shit for us. It's not great marketing. It's called lazy marketing. It's using someone else's brand to flog your crap. And the actual true fans get frustrated because yes, it's licensed to print money and they can't win. Like the Rangers, they've won one Stanley Cup in my lifetime. They've won one Stanley Cup since the Second World War, licensed to print money. Because the Rangers and any New York team will always appear in films like Godzilla, free marketing. Madison Square Garden, free marketing. It's just king. And you got all these global fan bases. The local fans get pissed off with that. The local fans get pissed off with it, quite honestly. And it does my nut because local fans are priced out because of this celebrity marketing. And PSG are already, destroying the French league day by day. Let them do it. Let them do it. The fact that the French national side are still making three international finals in a row is ridiculous. Ridiculous because the French league does not produce talent. Other clubs scout that talent, nick it, and develop the players for them. They don't even have a TV deal. To try and sell non-PSG games outside of France is impossible. No one wants to watch it. No one wants to invest in French football. Apart from two or three other clubs, no one wants to buy a French football club. There's no point. No point. Because PSG is state owned. It makes it's a joke. And because PSG was allowed to take place and Man City was allowed to take place, you can't have the argument that Newcastle wasn't allowed to take place and they tried to stop it, which was ridiculous. And Man City was one of those clubs that tried to stop the Newcastle takeover. It's mad. The media also does the marketing for them. The obsession with Man United by the British media, it's like have the British media taken a massive fucking Viagra. It really is because Man United have been shit for years. But the obsession with a handful of clubs up north that most fans actually hate is ridiculous. The media's obsession with a handful of clubs is pointless because there's a 92 club system in this country in the top four flights of English football. A large majority of those clubs in the 92 have played in the top flight at some point in their history. And the obsession with Liverpool, Man United, now Man City to a certain extent because of the money. Which, by the way, let's see how they go when Guardiola leaves. And let's see how the media reacts if Man City have a trophyless season, which is actually not unlikely, by the way. I get frustrated. I mean, 2022, much like 2021 and 2020 and 2019, in fact, every year this channel's been in existence, a lot of my predictions, ironically, have come true. Like the Coutinho transfer, I got slated by Liverpool fans for that Coutinho transfer when they sold him, and I said it's not going to be good for Coutinho or Barcelona, and it will benefit Liverpool. Within a year, Liverpool win the league. Coutinho is on loan at various clubs around Europe, and Barcelona have now ended up running out of money. I got slated by fans. They go, "Oh, what you talking about? You know nothing." Da, 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 da. Apparently, I know a lot. He's ended up at Aston Villa. Let that sink in. Right? The Neymar transfer, I was like, Barcelona have got problems here. Barcelona are in trouble if they're selling him for this much money. Got slated for it. Barcelona signed up for the European Super League because they're 1.3 billion euros in debt. Got slagged for that. Pep Guardiola won't win the Champions League with Man City. Still hasn't. I got slated for that. I got told I was ridiculous, stupid, didn't know what I'm talking about. Because people read the mainstream media that prints crap, absolute crap, right? And uh, of course, something suspect is happening at Barca. Of course, it is. They can't even pay their current players now and register contracts yet. They're still signing players. They owe clubs money from 4 or 5 years ago. Where has the Neymar money gone? Where has all this money gone? You tell me. Same with Real Madrid. They cannot register players. They cannot pay their staff. Yet somehow they're making these signings. Bordeaux have gone bust because they are owed money on a transfer from 2018. Right, just words. I'm going to get another drink quickly. Oh, I forgot. I've got snacks and drinks. Oh no, Barcelona. Barcelona and Real Madrid. There is something very, very suspect going on there. Very suspect. It's obvious. It's almost criminality. Any other club has been done for financial irregularities and been investigated. There is no doubt on that. In my mind, no doubt at all. You cannot get into that much debt and yet still justify trying to pay players multi-million dollar, euro, pound, or whatever currency you're working in contract. When you can't even, you know, Bordeaux have been thrown out of the top flight, ended up in the third tier of French football because of Barcelona owing them money. And they couldn't balance their books. That's the situation of it. These clubs are destroying European football. They want the European Super League, but they're killing the European game at the same time. You can't make it up. It's almost like they're Bond villains in club form. And because of the false economy that is in the game, we're going to keep having these shambles. And if that is not an argument for a spending and salary cap, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. Really don't. But apparently the North Americans, especially from the US, call our football, communist sport. So we're too communist. Yet added leagues with the salary caps. You work that one out. I would say let the Super League happen now. I couldn't care less. Let it happen. They're destroying their own sport. They're destroying their own economy. They are destroying themselves, and eventually will catch up. The COVID pandemic has sped up the process of the money and the false economy in football, very similar to the subprime mortgage crisis 14 years ago in the US. The over-inflated, false, propped-up industry and the financial, almost laissez-faire attitude of just throw money around that doesn't exist has caught up with football. COVID has sped up that process. And in my opinion, it is a matter of time before the money bubble collapses and the football market goes into freefall. Just saying it how it is. Clubs like Barcelona and PSG are killing the game. Killing the game. Juventus is a watch this space because the club are previous with financial corruption, and because now it's a government investigation on a trading standpoint, like trading standards, kind of getting involved. And the Italian law is very strict in that area. Juventus are in trouble. French domestic football is a joke, not just an name. That's the French domestic system broken. Oh, how can UEFA and FIFA not intervene when it comes to these dubious transfers? Because it's hmm. Let's have a think. European Super League. It's ridiculous. Why do you think football is not my favourite sport? And hasn't been for many years. Yes, I cover the sport a lot because it's the most popular sport globally. But if I was in the US or if I was in Australia or Canada and Australia are two of the countries I would like to emigrate to if I could. European football, while it's a massive overseas TV deal that the Australians, the Canadians, the US they buy into this to watch our leagues. Domestically, their competition is not on the same standard. Because in Canada, the two main sports, ice hockey and Canadian football. So the NHL and the CFL. Australia, NRL and AFL. US, well, soccer is a growing participation sport, or football's a growing participation sport. That's one thing. The MLS is well behind the Big Four, massively behind. The MLS is not even close. And a lot of Americans conflate the MLS with soccer together, and they say, "Oh, it's bigger than ice hockey." The sport is bigger than ice hockey. Yeah, the NHL is still 5-6 times the size of the MLS. No, that's good. Good. Don't get me started, PSG. Unable to beat Benfica. The Portuguese league is far more it's not as competitive for league winners historically, but for Champions League winners and Europe and UEFA Cup winners, it is weird that. Absolutely. The transfer fees being demanded for young players is obscene. It's wrong. Now, Jude Bellingham has got a very mature head on his shoulders. His family have definitely been a positive role in not only his early career, but he's got a younger brother who still plays at Birmingham City. So, while we can raise concerns about the transfer fees and contracts being given out to these very young players, and rightly so, um, um, the Bellingham brothers, and Jude is obviously the elder of the two, have got the right people supporting them around them. And if their careers don't work out, they could probably go into the building trade. They could probably be a used car salesman, a estate agent, get a trade. And so it's an interesting one. But no, the young Brazilian player, I mean, I've never even heard of him until the World Cup when he started to get mentioned in the media. Where they're getting this finance from, considering their debts, is ridiculous. And with the economic downturn that we're now seeing, football is living in a fantasy economy, a false economy, and it's catching up. And I fear we're going to see more clubs going under. Suarez, personal decision. He knows that he's at the end of his career. He's gone to play in South America, which is his prerogative. He's allowed to do that. But yeah, Suarez at the end of his career. Don't blame him. I think that's a good career move. It's not a very controversial career move. Premier's caused this mess by inviting people like Abramovich, Glazers, and Mansour. You say that, but the French league has got some overseas owners. Italian football's now got overseas money getting put into it. Other leagues in Europe have got some overseas cash. They're a victim of their own success. I wouldn't say they caused the mess. They're a victim of their own success by the way they just self-marketed, just by being a competitive league. And then the North Americans buying into that league by supporting it, as in the sense of some American fans on NBC or ESPN just found it, and then it grew in popularity in the US. And when the Americans find something that uh, you know um, it it makes uh, it's an interesting one because the Premier League, I think, is a victim of its own success. If we're talking about club ownership and the financial models, and should we have salary caps and spending caps, and are we in a false economy? Um, the They were just very good at marketing themselves. Now, the problem is after the Glazer takeover, which should never have been allowed to happen with their structure takeover. I'm not saying foreign investment or any takeover should be blocked, but it's the style of takeover. Let that sink in. It's not that they own the club; it's how they bought the club and the financial aspects of it. Very similar to the Burnley situation right now in the league below, a leverage takeover. Now, for some reason, the Burnley takeover deal was allowed to take place, even though the Premier League said no, it's not within our rules anymore. Leverage takeovers are banned. Apparently, not for Burnley. A smaller scale of what the Glazers did. Um, so it's an interesting one in the sense that the Americans obviously wanted to buy into the European market. Manchester United were up for sale at the time, and they went there. Then you've had the really bad owners like Gillette and Hicks and Randy Lerner who bought into Liverpool and Aston Villa, and it happens. The Abramovich one, Chelsea never make any money, and Chelsea fans are going to hate me saying this and will be in denial, but actually Chelsea always operate at a fucking loss. The only season they operated at a profit is when they had when Lampard was in charge, when they had the transfer embargo. Who knew? And they didn't sack Lampard after his first year, so they weren't paying him out. So let that sink in. But Chelsea have always struggled to make a profit, regardless of the owner. And that's what the new ownership is going to find out. Is that Chelsea is actually, ironically, has to win trophies every season and make finals every season to make a small profit. Um, so there is that to consider. But in regards to has it created the mess, it was a very successful product, which was a good thing. What's created the mess is the poor governance governing these takeovers and governing the finances, the financial rules. because since the Abramovich and Glazer takeovers, they brought in new rules that are weekly enforced. And then on top of that, when they do decide to cherry pick who to enforce the rules upon, they're weekly enforced on top of that. So when they give a punishment, the clubs appeal, they win their appeal or have part of their appeal won or part of their ban overturned. So in reality, it's like a toothless uh, situation. Look, I'm not interested in personally doing any content for a major broadcaster like BBC or Sky. I've had offers before and I've turned them down before. I've had offers from mainstream newspapers. I've turned them down. I'm not personally in the interest at the moment of selling out. I'd rather work for um, either website or broadcaster if I wanted to. Um, because I have a full time job and I'm not in a position to up sticks and move all the way to Salford. So there you go. Because that's where BBC Sports based. I'm not moving up to Manchester because Manchester's a shithole. No offence to people from Manchester, but it is a shithole. And I'm not prepared to move 200 odd miles away from my friends and family to a place where I know no one. Quite honestly, just my personal opinion, I'm quite happy where I live now and in the position I'm in now. And I have a full time job outside of this. So there you go. Uh, Uh, no, but I'm honest. Rugby league, Manchester is a shithole, um, and I'm not prepared to move all the way up north. I just respect every rugby league fan. Rugby league disrespects every English rugby league fan by its absolutely shocking TV deal. It's absolutely shocking mismanagement financially. That World Cup, while I did enjoy the World Cup, some of the organisation committee was second rates being polite. Um, Ticket sales were poor. They couldn't even give them away. Marketing was shocking. And yeah, there you go. Thoughts on Australian football? Well, we've obviously had the ugly scenes in Melbourne, and there are tensions behind that in various communities of a Australian Balkan community, with its Serbian, Croatian, Bosnian, that kind of thing. So there's a backdrop to that with racial tensions. Um, the fact that stakeholders in general, so the fans, the players, club owners, look, that was a league decision, and obviously whether uh, you know the the board meetings when they were deciding where to hold the grand final, or what kind of reasoning behind it. Um, Basically, the heartbeat of the game in Australia is Melbourne. Um, Now, whether the idea behind it would be to try and grow the game in Sydney and Brisbane, for example, and look at growing the game outside of the Melbourne area, there are better ways to do it. But with the ugly scenes we've seen in the game in Australia in recent weeks, maybe that's also an idea is to take it out of Melbourne as well to avoid some of the ugly clashes between fans that we've seen in the Melbourne area. That might have had some bearing on it. There could be commercial bearing on it in regards to commercials, the sponsorship, getting new sponsors on board in that regard. I still do not want to work for the BBC. It may be disappointing for you, but it's a moral standpoint for me. I do not agree with some of the reporting the BBC has done, and I do not agree with a lot of the reporting that Sky Sports has done. I believe there is a bias there, and I will not be censored in any way in some of my views. I think there is. Please go away. Like I am not interested at all. I don't disclose fully where I live, and I'm not interested in working for um, the BBC or Sky. I never have been. because some of my views in regards to some of the broadcasters are pretty blunt, to be fair. It would be a massive hypocritical U-turn of me to go, I'm going to take up a job with Sky, considering I've been spending the best part of 5 years criticising their business model and criticising how their TV deals are destroying domestic sport in this country. BBC, I think some of your coverage has been utterly shit. Your Olympic coverage was painful. Um, some of the people you employ are there because of the colour of their skin or their gender, not because of their skill. So you have a tick box, woke exercise in, we've got to tick a box here. The quality of some of your reporting is absolutely crass. I've made videos on the crass reporting and the nature of some of your sports reporters who have made utterly disgraceful broadcasts, live, by the way. Dan Rowan at Leicester City all those years ago, most popular video on the channel, and I rip him an asshole. I have no intent ever to work for one of those major mainstream broadcasters in this country. I think the BBC and Sky are gutter journalism, utter gutter journalism. And if I'm brutally honest, fuck off. I don't want nothing to do with you. I've had a guy from the Telegraph, a journalist from the Telegraph last week, contact me wanting to use my footage without even giving me fair use, give me some money for it then. And when I found out he worked for the Telegraph, I didn't respond to him. I thought, no, the Telegraph's gutter journalism as well. Because there is an agenda here. There is a biased agenda in the mainstream media. And fuck it, I'm not going to have it. I try and stay politically neutral. And there is an agenda to twist people's words and to twist the narrative. And the obsession the BBC has with Man United, fuck off. There's a reason why they relocated to Salford. It wasn't to centralise their location. It is the obsession, right, with that market, with Man City, Man United, Liverpool, the Northwest. And yes, the game was created there, we understand that. But the obsession with London and Manchester in this country creates a regional bias. And so other clubs and other sports do not get the coverage they deserve. And then when you do have the coverage, it's it just melts basically. There's no one who can actually have a balanced, unbiased opinion. Oh, go away! You're a troll. I eat what I want. I eat what I want. Bye, bye, troll. Bye, troll. Go away. Did I have food in my beard this morning? Did I have food in my beard? Oh yes. What a pain in the ass that one was. We're for the BBC. Da, 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 da. Fuck off. I actually had generally had a member of Sky Sports contact me, and I told him to fuck off. I actually did have an email correspondence with them. I said, go away, not interested. And then I said, please watch this content in regards to this. And they were like, oh, I said, no, I don't like your organisation. I don't like you, who owns your organisation, why your organisation exists. And I've basically been slagging off your old boss, Rupert Murdoch, for the best part of my entire life. So fuck off. In regards to, they were trying to fish. They were trying to fish for. Of course, Sky Sport. Look, the RFL and Super League have basically single-handedly. They've signed up to those contracts. Sky will go. Here's what we're offering, and fair play. I don't like Sky, but if they're putting there's their contract on the table, that's their offer. Fine. The fact the RFL and Super League have gone, yeah, we'll sign that. BBC, yeah, we'll sign that. Channel 4 will sign because the governing bodies of rugby league in this country, so Super League and RFL have gone. They've looked at the contract. Yeah, we'll sign that. It's like they didn't even read it. And because of the monopoly that Sky has with the domestic club game, and the monopoly the BBC has with the Challenge Cup, yes, Channel 4 have come in because Sky don't want to finance or put any more money into the pit. It does and it doesn't. It doesn't. Channel 4 has now had to step in to broadcast games free to air because Sky is no longer willing to keep the sport afloat. So no, Sky doesn't keep rugby league afloat because the RFL and the Super League, the two governing bodies, have signed up to these contracts. They're the ones who signed up to the shit show. BT Sport, fuck off. Never liked it. The coverage is shit. They have to nick commentators and pundits of other networks. Let that sink in. Right? BT Sport can keep Steve McManaman. He's painful. They can keep Jake Humphrey because no one else wants to pay him his salary. He's crap. And BT Sport's been hemorrhaging money for years, and now COVID has sped up the hemorrhaging of cash. And BT Sport got the offshoots of what was Setanta and ESPN and ITV Digital. So all the previous collapsed broadcasters, BT Sport basically hoovered up what was left of the TV packages that Sky basically didn't want. And Premier Sports were in the early phase and couldn't afford. And they were the crap packages that no one else wanted because you couldn't really make the money off them. Let that sink in. BT Sport has now got the monopoly on English rugby union. English rugby union's going bust. Let that sink in. Yeah, it's because BT is a sister network technically on the bandwidth with ESPN, which has a lot of the rights in the US and Canada. And and that move to get BT Sport involved with the Major League Baseball series in 2019. And I've done videos on the Major League Baseball series. Uh, uh, was criticised at the time. I criticised it at the time because of the fact that it is a divisive broadcaster, because it is losing money, and BT as a much wider media network, media conglomerate used to be state owned and was privatized and is losing money. And because it's losing money as the BT Sport arm of the business, I'm an EE customer for my mobile phone, not for my internet anymore, just for my mobile phone. My phone bill has gone up, doubled, right? I'm on a rolling contract, so I can, if I wanted to, upgrade or change contract. To get the equivalent contract I was initially on 4 or 5 years ago when I got the contract is now double what it was when I can go to companies like Vodafone or O2, get the same package, same similar deal for half as much. So if you are an EE or BT customer and you don't have BT Sport, your bills have been going up to subsidise a failing part of the company. Let that sink in. So the Major League Baseball series, and I did say this at the time, getting the London series in 2019. Now I know they're coming back this year, and of course COVID has suspended it for a couple of years, and they're not coming in 2025 because that's when the CBA negotiations are on, but they're coming in 2026. I've done videos on this. When they got people like Jimmy Carr involved as the promo on social media, disaster. Went down like just badly. Jimmy Carr was not the right celebrity person to be the marketing, advertising marketing. Disaster by Major. Why they thought Jimmy Carr would be the right person to market. And now that's obviously the talent agency going, look, Jimmy, we've got you a gig. It's a sports advert, but put some humour in it. Because Jimmy Carr's a cricket fan, obviously, and he's a well-known cricket fan. Major League Baseball want to play some games here. Here's your script. Work it out. Don't be too offensive. Da, da, da. So it's not Jimmy Carr's fault he got hired to do that promo, but it was the wrong guy to hire to do the promo. They didn't read the room. He was not very popular then. He's still very controversial now. All these years later, that tax evasion avoidance scheme he was involved in, some of his comments on and off stage being a bit okay, that's a bit inappropriate. Yeah, that went down badly, and that's in the build up. Then we actually have the games. And yes, while 70 odd percent of the fans in attendance were British, which is fantastic if you want to sell the product to a British audience, that's fine. That still means a third of people in attendance were overseas tourists. Not so good. And then the ticket prices was poor. And then you come in with the broadcasters and what was available. There's that. So yeah, and because the lack of baseball coverage over here within the mainstream media, within the sports media, independent or mainstream. Yeah, when BT Sport are getting football and rugby commentators to try and do it, and it's like, I don't know what's going on. mind blown. Um, Sky Sports still can't get the rugby league teams or players' name right. Yeah, they never have. That's been 30 years of them ballsing that up. You would like to see more League One and League Two games on BT or Sky? Yeah, again, the TV deal, League One and League Two have said it's a broken TV deal, and I've done a video on that. I've done a discussion about how the TV deal in 1991-92 season was structured. The old TV deal, where they got a bigger share of the TV rights to the current TV deal and how it's evolved and how their percentage shrinks every year. And the majority of the Football League TV rights from the Championship to League Two goes to the Championship, and how the TV deal is structured is broken. Um, DAZN and Viaplay, well, the Ben Eubank fight that got called off really was DAZN. That was a mess, and it's to do with the Hearns, so I have no interest in it. I hope it fails. Um, League, I wouldn't say League One is a farmers league. Historically, it's actually the most competitive league in Europe for league winners from all the different clubs. Unfortunately, in the last decade, much like Germany, but for different reasons, PSG have bought the league for eternity. And watch it fail. They can only care about the top leagues. What about all the teams in League One? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Marseille's the biggest club for fan base anyway. PSG's not even in the top five. PSG doesn't make the top five for actual registered season ticket holders and fans who. I've got a friend from Paris who's a Marseille fan. That's thinking. So when it comes to actually people in the community, because you've got Paris FC as well. Yeah, ITV Digital when they went tits up, that is true. That those effects are still being felt because then Setanta come along, they go bust. Although Setanta still actually is an active going concern. It depends what country you're in, but there was enough of the network surviving across Europe that various people bought the naming rights to Setanta. Setanta still exists in several countries around Europe, so that was enough to keep pay some of the debts off. But ITV Digital going bust, yes, knock on impact. Setanta going bust. BT Sport comes along and hoovers up the vacant slot, but it's not enough to fill the void of the collapse of the two previous TV companies going tits up. And Sky have basically admitted they cannot basically keep pumping the money in on an indefinite basis. And what we're now seeing is the rise of illegal streaming and legal streaming as well. And you know, I think BT Sport eventually enough people will unsubscribe. I mean, people are unsubscribing from subscription services that are too expensive. Um, Obviously, I went to my mum's and stepdad's for Christmas Day, and the discussion about how much does your Sky Sports package cost. Because only my brother and my stepdad watched the sports package really, and I was like, well, what how much do you pay on that package? And my mum was like, oh, your stepdad puts the money for that. I said, okay, fine. So there is that one. I will be doing a career video on Pele at some point. Pele's an interesting character, and this is where I think comparing Pele to modern players is a false, because without Pele, you don't get the modern style of player. Pele plays apart from his time in New York with the Cosmos, he played for Santos. One club man. Ridiculous number of games, goals, assists. Oh, the Romford Pele, that's Ray Parlour. Yeah, and then Zico, he's not the same, not even close. The Romford Pele is Ray Parlour, and then you've got Zico. Zico, no, he's very, very Brazilian. Ask Ruff, the former Dundee keeper. Oh, he's gone in. Oh, shit, an 82. Very Brazilian. Pele's interesting. Career at Santos, we know about. Trailblazer actor. In that bloody film alongside Bobby Moore with Rambo, with Sylvester Stallone in goal. Paths to Glory, I think it was, or something. Escape to Victory. He did a bit of acting. So Vinnie Jones wouldn't be Vinnie Jones without Pele, ironically. And also one of those early players going to the US in the late 70s, early 80s, so coming out of retirement to try and grow the game in the US. Di Stefano was also technically half Spanish and part Italian. He could have played for a multitude of nations. He started out playing in Argentina, goes to Real Madrid. He obviously ends up playing for the Spanish national side as well because selection rules were different. Very much like Diego Costa. Diego Costa, Brazilian, now is also Spanish. Di Stefano was the first South American player that I can think of who was allowed to go to Europe. But because he went to Europe, the Argentinians said, you can't play for us anymore, so he ended up playing for Spain. When Pele's at his peak, South American players, it was discouraged to play in Europe because they were told if you play in Europe, you won't be allowed to be selected because of the political situation in South America, because they thought these high-profile athletes would become communized or very socialist. When there's a lot of right-wing military governments in South America, there was a big fear they would defect. Height of the Cold War, remember this. And South America was like a proxy battleground between the US and the Soviet Union over the political direction countries would take. So General Pinochet in Chile, the military junta in Argentina, the military junta in Uruguay, the military dictatorship in Brazil, Mexico. So bear that in mind. And bearing in mind, Spain and Portugal, where some of these players ended up, yes, there is that nationalist, I think is the better term, with Franco and Salazar and stuff like that. There is that element to it. Now, what ends up happening is in Pele goes to the US. Suddenly, players like Kempes end up in Spain with Valencia, and he's one of the best players in Spanish football in that period. He was one of the few South Americans allowed to play in Europe in the 70s. There you go, Mario Kempes. But if it's not for Pele going to the Cosmos, you don't get Kempes going to Spain. But there was really pretty much a ban. And then Ozzy Ardiles and Ricky Villa go to Tottenham after that World Cup. And suddenly a handful of players are allowed to go to Europe. And that's interesting in itself. Now we have the game growing massively in the US and a stable MLS, which we didn't have before. If it's not for players like Pele and George Best as well, going over to the US at the time they did, you don't get the MLS, you don't get the World Cup in '94. Pele was also the first teenage superstar, modern superstar. We've had teenage players before. He's the first modern teenage superstar. You don't get your Mbappes today without Pele. After he retired, he was very involved with Puma, the sports manufacturer, and of course, you've seen me recently wearing my Puma tracksuit, in developing their football and rugby boots for fit, comfort, and form. And then he obviously ended up having his own brand, the Pele. But the modern Puma style, which Maradona ended up wearing in the 70s and 80s, is developed by Pele. The Puma swish. So there is that. Fascist Portugal. Salazar wasn't truly a fascist; he was a nationalist, which is slightly different politically. Eusebio was born in Mozambique, which was one of the Portuguese colonies, and for economic reasons, Eusebio ends up with his family in Portugal. He also ends up being very good at football, and a couple of the Portuguese players were from Angolan and Mozambique backgrounds in '66. And the Portuguese realised we can't win without him. Very, very quickly, it was like, we kind of need this player. But Eusebio wouldn't have been the player he was without Pele. Because Pele is that type of impactful player on a sport. The only other players I can really compare Pele to in any sport, you look at, sports stars before, trailblazers in sport. Wayne Gretzky, the impact he had on ice hockey. Gretzky. Not Geordie Howe, Mr. Gretzky. That move to LA in '88 is also partly, I think, inspired by athletes like Pele doing what they did decades earlier. Gretzky, and Lemieux. You couldn't come up with two better sales reps for the NHL. You have Mal Meninga in rugby league and Tommy Raudonikis in rugby league. You have rugby union. I mean, Johnny Wilkinson is the first real, in my opinion, marketable superstar. But he comes much later. Though rugby union's had some fantastic players in the 70s and 80s, but professional era, Wilkinson and Dan Carter, and in fact the entire All Blacks team. Jonah Lomu, another one. These young players that burst on the scene, very marketable. Sports marketing, Pele is the starting point of that. Fucking snot. So without Pele, you don't get sports marketing. You have this superstar player. You can market that. You can sell that to a global audience. So every other sports high-profile athlete I've mentioned doesn't have the marketing behind them that they had and still have, some of them, without Pele. And then when you look at the sport he impacted, he revolutionised the attacking midfielder floating forward role. So Stanley Matthews would be one, possibly. Gaza for just the emotion of it. There's a multitude of players, really. Lineker's, I think, the best out-and-out pure poaching goal-scoring striker we've had. Banks as a goalkeeper. There's been quite a few. I wouldn't say Beckham was the best ever player we've had. Beckham is the best brand we've had. And again, sports marketing. You see what I'm coming at? Without Pele in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, you don't get the sports marketing you get in the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s with superstar athletes. So, as I said, Pele, first teenager to score in a World Cup final, first player to win 3 World Cups, first player to play in 4 consecutive World Cups. And so you have that marketable asset. And obviously he does appear in Escape to Victory, alongside a great Bobby Moore as well, great rival and great friend of his. And that was a marketable asset, and a very young Sylvester Stallone in goal in that film. But again, you've got Michael Caine in there, so you've got some great actors, some great athletes in a sports film. So, and then the sports film genre kicks off with that. So you get other films like Longest Yard, Striker, which is a terrible football film, but you get what I mean. So he had that impact, upon media culture, and again, marketable. And when he was working with Puma, he was involved in Puma advertising campaigns. He was a brand ambassador for Puma. He also did his erectile dysfunction pill videos. Yes, he did them. He was, big on men's health because of his health issues that he had towards the end of his life. But again, he was an advocate for men's health, cancer awareness. He again, a brand ambassador, lifetime ambassadorial role for Puma. And then he obviously set up his own, was involved in his own brand, which was inspired by the boots he wore in the 58 and 62 World Cup. But yeah, brand ambassador of Puma. He was a Brazilian FA ambassador, a variety of things. So if you remember the 90s, he was heavy, and the 90s and the 2000s. You'll remember the Viagra adverts and the Puma adverts. And that's how he kept making money. Yes, he had some financial issues off the field. But then you look at, again, the marketing and being a trailblazer. Yes, David Beckham does go to the MLS, and yes, he does, do what Pele couldn't do 20 years prior, which was reignite the interest and stabilize the league. Obviously, the Americans were, trying to grow the game. Yes, in between Pele and Beckham, you have the World Cup in '94. MLS forms, but it's not financially stable. There's concerns that it's going to collapse like it did previously. Beckham comes along, and the rest is history. But then you look at other young, teenage, phenomenal superstars. And I've mentioned Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux in the NHL. Johnny Wilkinson, obviously not quite a teenager, but when he wins the 2003 Rugby Union World Cup, how he bursts onto the scene. Uh, Jonah Lomu in the 90s, Rugby Union. Rugby League, when you've got players like Mal Meninga, just fantastic. And every rugby league player since Mal Meninga is compared to Mal Meninga. Motorsport, obviously Lewis Hamilton when he bursts onto the scene, very marketable young chap, not very divisive young chap, but very marketable. Billy Slater, he's a complex one, but best fullback of all time. Love him or hate him, best fullback of all time. There are certain aspects of his game that I didn't like on a defensive standpoint, especially in try-saving situations leading with his legs, which did injure a lot of players. And the salary cap scandal surrounding Melbourne Storm and who knew what and how honest certain players have been with that. But yeah, Billy Slater. He's actively involved in coaching for Queensland and in the AFL with St Kilda. And he's also actively involved as a racehorse owner as well. So he's still actively involved post playing in 3 sports. So there you go. Yeah, look, again, as I say, the time Pele is playing, the political situation with the Cold War was very, very tense. And in South America, there was a lot of political constraints on players playing overseas. Di Stefano, when he went to Spain, was told, don't come back to Argentina. You're not playing for Argentina ever again. Which is why he ended up playing for Spain. Weird, that, isn't it? So there was definitely a restriction on talent. Same with the Soviet Union with their ice hockey players not being allowed to go and play in North America or Western Europe in the which was ridiculous. And when they did come over, a lot of their better players were older near the end of their careers. The Iron Curtain, as it was called, and so. Oh, Angola, yeah. Even the Angola team that made it to the 2006 World Cup, the goalkeeper was white. There's still a Portuguese Masikto, I think that's how you pronounce it, a mixed race community or small white community in Angola that stayed. I wouldn't say I was struggling to qualify. I just think that the game has changed in its dynamic, massively changing its dynamic. The South American leagues are still very competitive and very fun to watch. Um, the, the dynamic has changed massively. I wouldn't say they would struggle to qualify. I think it's more that the draw of the European leagues and a bigger payday and more financial stability for players is what's drawing them. And Ecuador, I think, only had a couple of players in Europe when they qualified in 2002 and 2006. So I wouldn't say they failed to qualify or struggle. That's a misnomer. I mean, Argentina just won a World Cup with a player in the MLS, so let that sink in. I think it's the draw of a payday and a more financial, stable payday that is drawing them. They can get paid more. It's the same with the NHL, is where the best ice hockey players end up playing because they can get paid more. The when it comes to motorsport, F1 apparently is the pinnacle because you get paid more. The the IPL cricket, you get paid more. There are certain leagues and certain, certain leagues in certain countries in certain sports where the payday is guaranteed to be higher. Not necessarily the quality, but the payday because of the interest in the domestic market, the interest in the overseas market, and the amount of money that is pumped into said sports. So the CFL and NFL both play a slight variation of American football. The NFL is where the money is. The CFL tried to encroach on NFL territory and almost bankrupted itself. Yet the CFL is the better product if you want to watch American football and actually have less stop-start. The NFL is where the money is. The NHL is the top ice hockey league in the world. Yet about half the talent comes from Europe these days. Not always, but these days. Historically, Canadians and the US dominated the league makeup until the late 70s, early 80s. And then suddenly the European players start coming, communism ends, and then there's the European invasion, which a lot of North American fans are like, we don't want this. Ironically, I think it's benefited rather than hindered the product on the ice. The The French Rugby Union top 14. A lot of overseas talent playing in that because it's the best playing league in rugby union in the world. Yeah, I think that the MLS, with the growth of the sport in the US, it will close the gap on the Big Four. The quality level will go up. But it's the way the MLS is structured with divisions and conferences within the league structure, and it's a franchise system, so it is different. Um, let that sink in. Let that sink in. It is the sporting structure is different in the US, which is why I think the MLS as a league is taking its time to get to where the European, South American leagues are. Even the Asian and the Australian league is done in a slightly different way. Um, so it is taking its time, but the sport at a grassroots level is exploded, absolutely exploded, and it does help when you have top flight, high profile American players playing in Europe at a high standard in the big leagues on the big screen on a regular basis. So yes, it will eventually crack that top bracket. People are very dismissive of the MLS. I think that's an unfair assessment. I think that's unfair. Obviously on the league itself. Look, yeah, Zlatan. Look, Petr Cech was a youth hockey player. He's now playing semi-professional ice hockey for the Guildford Farm team here in the UK. And Zlatan, he would be a goaltender or a defenseman. He wouldn't be the goal scoring forward. He's too big. He'll be just a huge defenseman or a huge goaltender. Um, or Pepe Reina, just because he's of Latino extraction. Come on, please. Like father, like son. Fantastic players. Pepe Reina. No, was it Jose Reina? It was Jose Reina. Pepe Reina's the goalkeeper, isn't it? Jose Reina for Man City in the 2000s, injuries just destroyed his career. He could have been a fantastic player. It just so happened he was playing for a pretty weak Man City side, and injuries dismantled him. Yeah, that's Jose Reina's son. That's his son. Reina, who played for Man City in the 90s, 2000s, that's his son. Fantastic young talent. And the German league again picks up this North American talent and the Croatian talent. Very good scouting by the Germans when it comes to those niche minority nations. When it comes to football, when they're trying to pick that talent, the German league's been doing it. Yeah, Reina, who plays for Dortmund, his father played for Man City alongside Alf-Inge Haaland, whose son now plays for Man City. Pulisic. Um, I don't think Chelsea's necessarily the best fit for him. I don't see him staying at Chelsea long term. I could see him moving on somewhere else in Europe. Um, you say for small population size, look what New Zealand have done in rugby union and rugby league for 100 years. Their population's pretty similar. So for play, I mean, it's because pretty much everyone wants to be I think a lot of it's to do with their education systems as well, and the community aspect of it, and the community pride that you have in playing it. Because look, Uruguay and rugby union keep qualifying for World Cups as well. Do I think they need pro relegation events? There's already too many teams for one league, along with the fact it's again divisions and conferences, so it is what it is. Uruguay isn't as impoverished as you think. It's actually got the highest human development index in South America and is the most stable country and economy. It's a very highly educated economy. It's got a high literacy rate, 100% access to drinking water. It's just a small population size. Montevideo is one of the busiest container ports in South America. It's not as impoverished as you think. Average salaries are higher than anywhere else in South America. Economic stability, political stability. It's basically Chile's little brother in the sense of stability, orientation, government policy, education system is very good, and a lot of Uruguayans actually have a good standard of living. It's not as impoverished as you think. It's just a small economy in a small country. Um, which is what Uruguay is. It's just a very small country um, on population size and geography. It's not really as impoverished as people actually think. How is Uruguay actually Diego Forlan? Diego Forlan. His father used to play for Uruguay as well in the 80s and the 86 team. Diego Forlan, very underrated player. The one blemish on his career is his spell at Manchester United. Um, It just didn't work. But Manchester United have a habit of signing South American players who play well at other clubs, and it doesn't work there. Veron, Di Maria, though. Di Maria. Di Maria. Oh, God. Di Maria, how he's managed to play in 2 World Cup finals is utterly beyond me. Utterly beyond me. Angel Di Maria. How? Um, but no, Diego Forlan is a fantastic, fantastic player. One of my favourite players that I've seen play. And yeah, but they've won the Olympics as well. I mean, for a small country, they do have a very good sporting pedigree, and I think that's a cultural thing. It's to do with their education system. It's to do with community as well, and grassroots sporting involvement. Same with Croatia. It's to do with their education system, and it is what it is. Oh, look, in regards to participation at the Olympics in some sports, the NHL is still having this argument with its players and the IOC about participation of players. And of course, they were meant to go to the last Olympics, and then the COVID pandemic precluded that. And it was argued in the CBA. Now, when they didn't go to Pyeongchang in 2018, the players were rightly and quite publicly, high-profile players were quite publicly disappointed, and even gave interviews stating that they were very disappointed in the NHL's decision not to come to an agreement with the IOC, and very, very public about their disappointment in that regard. Very public, uh, and that obviously had put pressure on the NHL and the IOC to come to some kind of agreement in regards to the last Olympics we just had. That obviously in China, the Winter Olympics. Now, it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. Look, Uruguay has just produced a conveyor belt of playing talent for nearly 100 years with the Uruguayan system. It's fact. Um, it is fact. Now, yeah, they were disappointing in the last couple of tournaments, especially this year. They were very, very disappointing. Just gone, very, very disappointing. But they had an aging squad, and um, it just didn't work. Um, Suarez, though, he's one of those players where his disciplinary issues on the field have definitely impacted his ability to be even better. Can you imagine if he didn't racially abuse and bite players, um, or be alleged to have racially abused players? The fact that Suarez has had those lengthy bans, and the amount of games Suarez has missed because of suspension, let that sink in. That's how good a player he actually is. You look at the games he's been suspended, and you put them in. Fucking hell! I mean, it's ridiculous. But for me, Forlan is the best player, um, in my opinion, that they've had. I wouldn't say they are racist people. I think you're going to get bigots and ignorance in um, every community, and if they were, they wouldn't have the black players they've had play for them, and they've had quite a few players of African slave origin from the you know Spanish Empire play for them. Um, and that does bring shame upon the community and the nation as a whole. Um, but it is. At the end of the day, obviously Gilles Rimet. I forget who the Olympic founder was also French. The guy who comes up with FIFA and UEFA and all that is Gilles Rimet. Did a video on him. And the guy came up with the IOC idea in the 1890s was also French. So without French involvement, we don't have FIFA. We don't have the Olympics. Um, So there is that. Um, and so hence why it's called the Gilles Rimet Trophy originally. And obviously, they were trying to organise a World Cup, and they couldn't get the European nations to want to be involved, and hence why England didn't appear until after World War II in the World Cup. England's first World Cup was 1950, um, and that was because they couldn't get the European players and the clubs to agree to release their players for the World Cup. So there you go. And also, yeah, the Italian fascist regime of the 30s under Mussolini. There's a reason why Uruguay, yeah, didn't play, and there's a reason why Italy won back-to-back World Cups because Uruguay wasn't there. There you go. And again, that's to do with the political situation before World War II, and then you look at the political situation after World War II with the Cold War, and why, again, you know, there was tensions. And this is why I think the sport has failed to develop in the US until recently, is because the US media, that's why I hate the mainstream media, have basically labelled us all in Europe as communist because we have social welfare systems. And they can't tell the difference between socialism and social welfare because we're commies, apparently. Apparently, Scandinavian countries are communist. That's why they all have royal families. No, that's it. Um, these are all apparently that isn't the case. Um, Having spent a lot of time in it, that isn't actually the case. They was going to have them all shot. I think that's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek dig at some of the grandeur of Mussolini and some of his statements, and the actual actions of Mussolini are different. Um, they weren't playing for their lives. However, the unofficial World Cup between England and Italy, Mussolini promised a brand new Alfa Romeo for every Italian player if they beat England within the first 5 minutes. I think their captain went off with a broken leg or a broken arm or something. And England won the game 3-2, the unofficial World Cup in 1937, I believe it was. It was an unofficial World Cup game where Mussolini basically said to the Italians, "We are the best team in the world." These English, who refused to play in the World Cup, because we did refuse to play in the World Cup at the time, claim they're the best team in the world. Beat them, I'll give you an Alfa Romeo. So he was kind of one of these for grandiose statements without actually having any balls to back it up. And the Italians went out, and it was a disaster. Their best centre back, who was also their captain, I think, did go off with a broken leg, and they lost the game 3-2. That's the unofficial World Cup between England and Italy. And of course, this is in the build up to World War II. There's political tension across Europe. You've got the rise of you've got the Spanish Civil War taking place, with you've got Republican communists and socialists versus the fascists and nationalists under Franco. You've got the Salazar regime is what became the Salazar regime, taking over in Portugal. You've got the Czechoslovakia situation with Sudetenland and the right. There's a lot going on at the time in Europe, and obviously Italian, fascist Italy as well, and all this. And this is where sport was used as you had the Berlin Olympics. This is where sport was being used as a political pawn by the democracies and the dictatorships at the time to further their agendas. And people, when we study history. Um, it's mad. And yes, most European football players between 1945 and 1955 at some point were involved in military service. Some had actually actively served in the Second World War. Some obviously were reservists in the Second World War, or just slightly too young to serve. Um, not just football players, but athletes in all sports had probably actively been involved. And in North America as well, there was a lot of NHL players, especially in Canada, that uh, went and signed up, and because they didn't have conscription, especially in Quebec, because of the French aspect. Although in World War II that changed with the French occupation. But you look at the NHL rosters in 1939. You look at the NHL rosters in 1946. Let that sink in. Yeah, it's weird. Um, it's weird. It's the political landscape at the time. And Austria didn't have an independent football nation again until 1955. So Austria missed out on the '54 World Cup because they weren't an independent nation; they were still part of Germany. Let that sink in. Which I think has hampered Austrian development of their domestic league and domestic clubs. Who knew? Um, but yeah, it's mad. There was a period where players in various sports had actively been involved in armed conflict. It's ridiculous. Um, and then you look at the club histories and players' careers, and I've done this. A player's career may start in the mid 30s, he finishes it in the 50s because of World War II, he was actively involved in armed service. Um, I think Austria had one run in the World Cup, one run, I think it was in the 30s. They've not been very successful since the 1930s, if I remember correctly. But it is what it is. The Hungarians obviously got to the final, arguably one of the best teams not to win. The Miracle of Bern, where the Germans, I think, are 2-0 down, win the game 3-2. Um, in the World Cup that was held in Switzerland. And it's mad. I mean, there's been some great players that played the game who haven't won the World Cup or haven't won a Champions League. And we go, oh, and the debate about Ronaldo and Messi. I mean, there are some great players that have gone before them. There'll be some great players that come after them that I think are better, in my opinion. But to judge on era is very difficult, as I say. Pele is a game changer for the sport. Rhodesian football players were soldiers, but only played qualified matches and probably would have. Again, you've got to look at the situation with what is now, what was South Rhodesia, what is now Zimbabwe, um, and the whole southern cone of Africa. I've been reading up a lot about South African and Namibian and Zimbabwean history lately, and that whole region is steeped in mistrust and conflict and quite frankly fascist views and the apartheid era and again sporting bans do have an impact. They do create pressure on a government. The apartheid ban, the sporting ban of South Africa actually did have an impact socially, um, and did force some concessions and change. And the rebel tours, especially in cricket and rugby union, really did um, blow up. Yeah, Namibia is an interesting one. I've been reading up a lot about that. It wasn't always the case with what was German Southwest Africa that became Southwest Africa. Um, it wasn't always the case, but the transition from apartheid to full democracy has been peaceful. There's not been any issues there. Um, and there were concerns in the early 90s that it would degenerate into a bloody conflict. It didn't happen, partly because a lot of Namibians of all backgrounds didn't want the South Africans there. There were legal mandates. The South African government breached the UN mandate. Some great South African athletes were born in Namibia. Percy Montgomery, a rugby union World Cup in 2007, the World Cup winning fullback 2007. Technically, he could play for Namibia. I think he was born in Walvis Bay, and there's been some other, a fair few of the Springboks and Proteas cricketers as well are born in Namibia, and that's again really interesting. Just imagine if Namibia had been allowed to be independent, Percy Montgomery would have played for Namibia the Rugby Union World Cup, which may not have helped or hindered Namibia, but there's that interesting subplot there. But no, Namibia is a very interesting place. It's a country I do want to go and visit. Um, and it's a very interesting place and great wildlife, great scenery, and of course a great sporting pedigree for a country of its size. They really do have a great pride in their one day cricket setup and T20 cricket setup. They have a great pride in their rugby union setup, which consistently qualifies for World Cups, God knows how. And yes, they did lose 142 nil, or was it 143 nil to Australia in 2003 World Cup. So they've come a very, very long way from that. rather smashing defeat at the time, 20 years ago to where they are now. In 20 years, they have really come a long way as a rugby nation. Um, and they have possibly one of the best back row forwards ever in the world, in Jacques Berger, possibly one of the best open and blind side because so did Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast once qualified for a Rugby Union World Cup in 1995. So there's been some very interesting um, nations that have qualified for a Rugby World Cup. And there was a lot of hope in the 90s that with the turn of professionalism in 95, that the game would grow quite rapidly and and that the direction the sport would take would be of growth and stability, and it would compete with football on a global level. It hasn't happened. Um, Professionalism hasn't worked out the way it was envisioned 27 years ago. There's been a lot of misjudgments. There's been a lot of bad decisions taken, and the financial aspect of the game hasn't worked out how it was intended nearly 30 years ago. And we're now seeing the aftermath of that with the collapse of the traditional Super Rugby system. The South African sides now playing in European competition. The issues with English and Welsh domestic rugby at club level financially. So there is definitely, it hasn't worked as well as anticipated. Yeah, Chile have qualified, the USA haven't. Let that sink in. The US and Canada, for the first time ever, have both failed to qualify for this upcoming World Cup. And that is stunning. And Portugal have qualified for their second World Cup. How Union end up in South America? Quite simple. British industrialists, very similar to how football ended up in South America. Is British industrialists set up a lot of the clubs in South America. It's a thing. And very famous South American revolutionary was an outside centre back in the day, Che Guevara. There you go. Played outside centre. The reason why rugby union ended up in South America is in the 1890s and 1900s. A lot of, and even before then, a lot of British merchants went down, and European merchants as well went to South America because of the influx of immigration from Europe. The Welsh ended up in Argentina, in Patagonia. Buenos Aires and Montevideo football and rugby were set up by English merchants. The railways as well. The state governments in South America wanted to open up the wilderness of the Andes and the Pampas and Patagonia. So Chile and Peru, they play rugby. Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, Paraguay, they wanted to open up their um, hinterlands, their wilderness, with to get to the minerals, silver, gold, coal, iron ore, nickel. Export their beef because the cowboy, you know, the panchos, the you know all that, the gauchos, and so British industrialists and European industrialists, Germans as well, French, Spaniards, Italians, they went over there and they built the railways, they opened the mines, they set up the sports clubs like River Plate and Boca Juniors and Juventud and Santos and Corinthians. They come over, they build the railways, they build the road system, they build the telegraph system, they help them, you know, with the mining, opening up. The Italians, the Germans, and the Austrians and the Swiss that come over help them with the alpine engineering, so they can do like tunnels through the Andes and roads and all that. And they come over in large numbers. And yeah, McAllister being of Irish and Scottish extraction, most of the railway builders, the navvies, were from Scottish and Irish heritage. There was a lack of labouring jobs, and they were pretty good at digging holes in the ground and then laying ballast in railway track. And there was massive waves of emigration from Ireland and Scottish Highland clearances to the Americas, to the New World. Um, and then you obviously have the conflicts in Eastern Europe in the 1870s, and that's why Dybala ends up there, and that's why Gabriela Hintze goes over there, and you have Mario Kempes, for example, Germanic origin. He's German. Um, and they come over as well. And then, of course, before World War One, there's a big influx of people from Japan to Peru. There's a big Japanese community in Peru. Um, the Italian unification and German unification. There's a lot of people displaced. They come over. The unrest in the Western Russian Empire in Poland and Ukraine. Massive Ukrainian population in Canada. Um, um, Gretzky, he's Polish. There you go. And of course, Poland being Catholic and Russia being Orthodox, there's that rivalry there. The pogroms, the Pale of Settlement, that's why there's a lot of Jewish sounding names um, in South America as well, or Polish kind of weird kind of surnames. Um, and so massive waves, and then World War Two and World War One both happen, and then you've got the downturn in the 20s and the Great Depression. Um, and more people come over, and then World War Two happens, and then massive waves of migration from Europe and North Africa to South America happens, and there you go. That's how Messi, for example. That's why half the Argentinian team could technically play for Italy or Spain. Who knew? Um, so that happens, and it's happening from colonial days all the way through to independence, to when they want to really industrialise, to them even now. There you go. And McAllister, yes, is of Scottish and Irish heritage, of a Catholic nature. You've got the sectarianism, the Irish navvies who basically build the railways of the British Empire, and British railway companies were contracted to build railways and the telegraph system in Argentina. And there you go. And yes, his father did play in the '86 World Cup and 1990 World Cups, I believe. Could be wrong. I know you had Jose Antonio Brown of Welsh heritage, who played in the '86 World Cup. He scored the goal in the final. Um, so yeah, there's some very interesting stories behind it, and South America is a very interesting place, very diverse place, very divided place as well. And if South America could sort out the corruption and the poverty and the inequality, it could be far more economically potent than the US and China, but it just doesn't. Um, it's the two places in South America you want to go to are Chile and Uruguay. You'll be completely safe there. Anywhere else, you are in serious trouble. Chile and Uruguay are the most stably run, economically fair countries in South America, and there's still poverty. There still is, poverty there, but not on the same scale as like Bolivia or Paraguay or Argentina or Brazil, you know, Peru. For some reason, Chile and Uruguay have got their shit together and have invested in the right areas, and they still produce world-class sporting talent. And this is what's really surprising: is much smaller population sizes than their neighbours still produce world-class talent, um, which is just blows my mind. And they're lovely countries to visit as well, apparently. And it's amazing how um, sport in South America has developed. And without that European involvement, we wouldn't be talking about Brazil and Argentina and Uruguay and these other countries in South America playing football. It wouldn't be a thing. And Argentina's national sport is still polo. And then people go, why does rugby union exist in South America? Because of the British Empire and involving British engineering firms to build their railways. And there you go. Without the railways in South America, you don't get rugby union football. There you go. Small world. I mean, the US play cricket. Not very well, but they play it. And that's because of the Caribbean influence on like the Bahamas, on Florida, and Jamaica in the university programs of a sporting nature that the US have in the NCAA. There's a lot of Jamaican and Trinidadian and Bahamian athletes involved. And yes, a lot of the Italian football clubs again have that British influence. The reason why Juventus play in their colours is because of Notts County. And the guy who set up Juventus needed a kit, and Notts County's owner was his mate. But like, you can have last year's kit. We've slightly changed the stripe design. Here you go. Here's some kit. Let that sink in. I mean, the reason why West Ham and Aston play in claret and blue is because of Aston Villa and Burnley, who also play claret and blue. Weird one. Who knew? So there is definitely the reason why certain sports teams exist is because of another sporting team existing, and yeah, in this case, Great Britain, the UK, British Empire, having that impact on an industrial level, and wanting, and some very very nice industrialists were like, my workers, they want a bit of a downtime. We'll give them a football club, we'll give them a rugby club, we'll give them a rugby league club, we'll give them a cricket club to as a social aspect. Yeah, the Sydney Roosters, the Tricolors, yeah, they exist because yeah, rugby league in France was kicking off, and yeah, uh, that's why they have their colours of the French national flag. But it's an interesting, the development of the game in Australia is about a decade behind the development of the game in the UK and France. There's a decade's gap from the foundation of the Northern Rugby Football Union in 1895, decade plus actually, to the mid 1900s in Australia. They go, we're going to have a league. We're going to set up our equivalent and agree to the rules being pretty much the same as the RFL um, in this New South Wales. There's a good period of time difference between the breakaway Northern Union from rugby and the foundation of what is now the NRL, obviously the New South Wales Rugby League before that, and the foundation clubs of the Roosters and of the Rabbitohs and Glebe and all that back then. So there is a gap, and it is very very striking gap that is there. Um, the fact that the Australians play the sport better than we do, another thing. Uh, um, yeah, the politics behind what happens with the rugby league in France, um, it, it and the divisions between union and league in France, I think, are more pronounced than here in the UK. Much more pronounced. Um, you don't get cross-code players in France like you do here in England or Australia or New Zealand. You just don't get them. And I mean, unfortunately, the chronic underfunding that league in France has had. Yes, they got the next World Cup, which is fantastic, but the national side is not the team it was back in the day. And it is almost shameful, really. Um, the the deliberate policy of trying to, even after the war, trying to marginalise the sport in favour of rugby union and football. Deliberately trying to marginalise the sport, which has created further division. And there's definitely a lack of trust um, within French sport and the government. There's definitely a trust issue there and a funding issue and a development issue that the French government, even today, is still not acknowledging. They have created a lot of the problems that the sport faces in France. Now, yes, they have this upcoming World Cup, which is crucial to the development of the sport. And I think what will definitely help the sport develop is if one or two French players go to the NRL and ply their trade in Australia and New Zealand. That might also inject further interest in the sport, both domestically and internationally. If some French players were to be brave and go to Australia, to the NRL, and try their hands in the better competition. And I understand most French players don't want to leave France, but they've got to be brave. They can't be insular. They cannot be insular because being insular is not going to develop the game at all. And that could be said. The same could be said for rugby union as well. Being insular doesn't help. Although saying that the French national side right now in rugby union looks pretty tasty, but being insular doesn't help them. Yeah, I think back in the day it may have done. Now with the globalisation of sport, I think that doesn't help them. It makes it harder. And look how football has adapted that our best talent plays outside France, apart from Mbappe. They've just got to their second World Cup final and their third out of four international finals in a row. As in, the last four tournaments, they've been to three finals. So being outwardly looking in a sport, being very successful, being insular looking in a sport, less successful. I think French players need to be brave, and they need to be encouraged by incentives to do so. Um, because until that happens, rugby league is going to be second fiddle to rugby union, and they're not going to be on the same level as other nations in the sport. And while they are going to be hosting, great opportunity for some players to take that next step and really play against on a week to week basis tougher quality opposition, which makes better players. Um, so they've someone in the French player base has got to be brave, and of course the French media is definitely going to have an agenda and criticise them. But if it comes back bearing fruit, disappear very quickly. You could argue they do have too much overseas talent, but again, that's a Super League rule where obviously you're allowed to have X amount of overseas players in your squad, in your matchday squad, and in your I think elite squad as well. Um, that's a Super League rule. That's not a Catalan rule. That's not a Toulouse rule. That's not a French league rule. That's a Super League because Super League has its own unique governance. The RFL and the French Rugby League are the governing bodies of the domestic, you know, club games outside of the Super League structure, like the Challenge Cup, for example. They work together. Um, but the Super League has it, and the Championship in League One comes under the Super League governing body, and they have different squad rules than with the amount of overseas players or marquee talent. Um, and so that's a governance issue for the league. That Catalan and Toulouse, their system that they play in, that's a governance, as I say, a governance issue for the Super League to look at the amount of overseas players. The same token, there's only a limited amount of playing roster spaces in the NRL, and so hence why you do get some NRL players towards the end of their careers, or maybe early on in their careers, like Jackson Hastings, for example, coming over to play because there's a limited amount of roster spots available and there is a salary cap that they have to comply to. Admittedly, it's at a higher level and there's more money in the game in Australia, but there is a salary cap. There is a limited amount of squad spaces available. With expansion, though, we could see the reverse happen: more European players going back, more Australasian players going back. We could see some change. Yeah, again, there's a reason. Yeah, I mean Toulouse being in that position. I think Catalan might be as well. That's not right. Um, and there's a problem with the system which is broken. Um, and why the game in Europe, and I'm including in England as well, is lagging behind. Is the unbalanced finances that again the poor media rights deal that is in place, and we've discussed my views on Sky Sports and how they're basically holding rugby league to ransom. They could just turn the tap off and rugby league's broke and looking for a new media partner. And it is what it is. Welsh Rugby League and Welsh Rugby Union, they when one's doing well, the other one wants to try and kill it, and vice versa. Obviously, you had the Welsh League Rebels under Jonathan Davis in the 80s and 90s who went over to play in league because Union wasn't professional. They wanted to guarantee themselves a salary and a future after sport. And then that created division in Wales. But again, that's a funding formula matrix they come up with. And league in Scotland's in shocking state. Um, the financial situation of league in Europe is in a mess. I think we can all agree on that. And when I do my comparison videos between the NRL and Super League, and I do get categorised for this, and I've had some comments going, "Oh, you're wrong, mate." I think I'm right. I think the rugby league final, World Cup final, pretty much sums up the state between the gap between Super League and NRL. There was one player, or maybe two players in the Samoan squad who played Super League. Every other player in that final was an NRL-based player. England make the semi-final. France not even get out of the group. Let that sink in. I think in the New Zealand setup, all NRL based for the first time in a long time. So yeah, I think that's where the gap is. You know, in the Tongan setup, there was a handful of Super League players, but for the most part, again, NRL. And that sums up where the gap is the final was contested with only two Super League players playing. And yes, look, France weren't the same group, that's fine, and we can debate that. But it does tell you where Super League talent is compared to NRL talent, and where the gap is growing. The gap is bigger now than what it was in 2017. In 5 years, the gap has exploded. Um, and the same can be said for the women's game with the NRLW versus the Women's Super League. Again, look at the final. Look who contested the final. Look where those players were based. And the women's game in Australia, they are getting paid professional money from next year or this year, in a month and a half's time or whenever their season kicks off in February. They are getting paid money. They are having a salary increase of 25%. And it tells you everything you need to know that the quality of the women's and men's game is better in Australia and New Zealand than it is here in Europe. And the Toulouse situation, I don't know if Catalan's in the same boat, but the Toulouse situation is shambolic and should not be the case. That the club themselves should pay for the away team to get there. That should be the away team's responsibility, or the leagues, to organise transportation. Why should, I mean, that's been gracious hosts, I will admit, to an nth degree. But that's not right. That doesn't strike me as right. And that's going to lead to problems down the line. Now, whether when it comes to the World Cup in 3 years' time with France, whether they do get an easy group, England didn't have an easy group. Let's be honest. Samoa beat them in the semi-final. Should have, on paper, beaten them in the opening group game and didn't. And look, at the end of the day, Australia win. We're not talking about that World Cup as much as I think the 2017 World Cup or the 2013 World Cup. Let's be honest. I think the discussion. Rugby league in Europe has fallen down the pecking order in comparison to rugby union, and rugby union has got a lot of problems that it's not dealing with effectively. We've discussed the salary cap breaches. We've discussed Wasps and Worcester going out of business. Joe Marler's pending lengthy suspension. Biggest downfall for Portugal. They played better without Ronaldo in the side. Simple. And now that Ronaldo is no longer involved in the setup, I think Portugal will get better in the next couple of years, and they've got more balanced talent rather than being Ronaldo focused. It's everyone part of this team. Ronaldo's ego has hampered Portugal for years. When they won in 2016 the Euros, he wasn't on the field scoring the winning goal. Let that sink in. They played better without him in the team, to be honest. Ronaldo's more of a distraction than an assistant. Felix, he looks good. Ramoth looked good when he played. They have a more balanced style of play without Ronaldo. That's my personal opinion on that one. They look better without Ronaldo inside. In what sense? One's now a big tournament experience, one hasn't. But in my opinion, I don't think football is of the quality it was 15 years ago. I think we've come just the Messi Ronaldo era was actually a lower quality era, in my opinion. I'm not a Chelsea fan. My brother is, but my brother, when he says he's a Chelsea fan, he just goes with the lads with the drinking culture. He's not really into football that much. He doesn't really understand the game. He's just there for the banter. But Chelsea's problem is not fixed by putting in Felix or Vlahovic. There needs to be a proper assessment of that squad. And Graham Potter, I don't think he's going to be there very long. I don't think he's there next season. I think there's again a managerial overhaul, when in reality they need a squad overhaul. You've got issues with both goalkeepers. You've got issues with the fact that key players will have to be let go on a free with the ownership situation. They couldn't retain players in the summer with the ongoing ownership situation before Todd Bowley buys the team. They've had transfer embargoes in the past, which has hampered the evolution of the team. You've got players within the setup who aren't playing at the best of their ability. And youth policy is a bit of a shambles at Chelsea. So there are issues structurally with the club that have been there from the Abramovich era. And the constant managerial turnaround at Chelsea, I don't think is helping the team either. So I don't think Felix or Vlahovic fixes the playing issues and the squad issues that Chelsea have. I think there needs to be changes in the midfield and defence, and possibly a change in the goal as well. I think both goalkeepers. I think Mendy has run his course, and I think Kepa is so wildly inconsistent. He's good, he's bad, he's different. He refuses to be subbed off, and he wants to be subbed off. He doesn't want to play. He wants to play. There's definitely issues off the field with Chelsea as well that I don't think have been covered. Uh, Look, there's already debate about the future of the World Cup on a 4-year cycle, and the direction FIFA's taken the sport with the Club World Cup expanding to 32 teams. We haven't even got. We've only, like, within the last week or two, just had the last World Cup. The next World Cup is going to be a bigger tournament with the expansion, with more teams, 3 co-hosts. Logistically, it's going to be a nightmare. Whoever wins that bid. The infrastructure you've got to have in place now to host a World Cup. You've got to do it with multiple nations. You've got to have infrastructure. It's got to be a co-host, so you're going to have to lose some of that prestige of hosting the opening game or the final to your co-host or co-hosts. So, look. You need to have a lot of money behind it. Ukraine is going to have to be rebuilt. Now, with what's coming out of the Ukrainian president's office, with Zelensky saying it appears that they expect the war to end sometime in the next 12 months, which is highly likely, to be fair. Let's have a look. Let me just get more comfortable because my back is still playing up. I've had a bad back for months now. It's not fun. And sitting. That's so much better. Can't sit up straight for too long. It's an interesting one discussing. Ukraine did co-host the Euros a decade ago to great success. I thought that was a decent tournament. It wasn't the best tournament, but it was a decent tournament. And some of the stadium infrastructure was fantastic, and they did spend a lot of money putting that infrastructure in place. And some of the stadiums are now war zones. So the stadium in Donetsk is blown to hell. The airport is blown to hell. And then you see the Call of Duty video games, Verdansk, that is Donetsk. They base it on. In regards to can Scotland qualify, we only get a handful extra qualification places for the next World Cup. So, do they? Would a permanent World Cup and Olympic host be relevant? Be the right way to go? That's an interesting point. Should we just have a permanent Olympic host, World Cup host? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Because there is a certain prestige aspect, but who wants to host an Olympics? That's become a bit of a political hot potato that does bring the downfall of governments. Look at what's happened with Japan with the last Summer Olympics. That became a very unpopular decision to persist with the Olympic Games with the COVID pandemic, um, and ultimately led to a change of prime minister. Um, Not a full government, but a change in prime minister. Um, the controversy surrounding Paris getting the next Summer Olympics with what happened at the Stade de France Champions League final, and the security concerns in Paris with the riots we've seen in recent weeks over the Christmas period. Um, that's been quite interesting. Um, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Well, considering Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay have all fought each other in conflict, that'd be quite a good unifier for culturally and historically. You've got to understand Paraguay, Uruguay, and Argentina's history. There's a reason why Uruguay and Paraguay have similar looking flags. Argentina and Uruguay have similar looking flags. It's to do with their political beginnings and the early days of nationhood after Spanish Empire collapsed in South America. Very interesting history, actually. They hate each other, they still do. So that'd be very interesting if those three countries do co-host a tournament. Paraguay being the poorest and economically deprived nation of the three. Um, that'd be really interesting, by the way. Almiron playing at a World Cup, that's it. I don't know. I mean, obviously, you're going to have multiple co-hosts now for a tournament. That's why Morocco didn't get the bid and the USA, Canada, and Mexico did. It's because FIFA planned to have an expanded tournament, and Morocco couldn't put the infrastructure in place. Would have been a great tournament, by the way, playing in North Africa. Would have been fantastic. The climate and the Mediterranean and the North Atlantic and the Atlas Mountains behind Casablanca and Rabat, that would be a fantastic World Cup. But ultimately, Morocco lost out because of the infrastructure aspects of having an expanded World Cup. You can't do it with a single nation anymore, and there's no other nations. I don't think Morocco would want to co-host with Spain because of the political tensions over Tangier and Quetta on the North African coast, and the history between the two countries and the tensions there wouldn't work. But I think we are going to see a co-host bid go in, and we'll see who wins it, and we'll see what infrastructure improvements the next hosts after this ones are going to have to make to their stadium infrastructure, hotel infrastructure, transport infrastructure. There's going to be a lot of investment in the non-sporting side of the bid. And when we talk about sporting legacies, I talk like the Olympic legacy or World Cup legacy. The Qatari one, most of those stadiums are going to be dismantled. There's no legacy there. Whereas with the Olympics we had in 2012, we've still got a stadium, the Cockbox Arena, the transport infrastructure in North and East London has changed for a better. Facilities are still being used. Funding formulas have been worked out. There has been positive from it. Housing has been created from the old Olympic Village, has now gone into social and private housing stock. So good things have come of that. But we'll see what other bids get put forward, obviously, and we'll see who's successful. But the idea of having a permanent Olympic and World Cup host is very interesting. Very interesting. But it's the prestige that goes with it. But the Olympics is becoming a little bit of a hot political potato. And the IOC have been heavily criticised over the decades, alleged corruption all the way from Nagano and Salt Lake all the way through to today. And there's been criticisms of the Olympic process for the best part of 30 years. Oh yeah, look, the Brazil. This is where I think this co-host bid from Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay have to be very, very careful. Yes, the World Cup and the Olympic legacy in Brazil has led to governments, De Silva's government falling and being replaced by Bolsonaro, who's now lost his election to another previous politician. And there was the corruption behind it, and there was the massive bloated overspending. While the Olympics was great and the World Cup was great, they were fantastic. They really were. The 2016 Olympics was fantastic. The 2014 World Cup was fantastic on the actual sporting achievements of the athletes. Away from the sporting event, shambles. Stadiums, in poor repair. facilities no longer being used, temporary, 100, 200 years' time, archaeologists will go to Rio and find the canoe slalom. Same with Athens 2004. Massive overspend, massively over budget, facilities underused or not used at all following completion of the event. And then, yeah, there was a big crackdown in the slums on organised crime and drug dealing and petty crime. They sent the military police in with great brutality. I watched a couple of documentaries about that, and that really hits home about how Brazil is a very divided country, very, very, very divided in a lot of social and economic aspects. And they did it before the Olympics as well. I haven't watched The Edge of Democracy, no, but I did watch a lot of. I have watched a lot of documentaries recently in regards to sport, politics, and especially around FIFA. And when we're discussing the human rights and Qatar and the workers' rights, the LGBTQ rights, women's rights, the treatment of migrant workers, etc., etc. 1978, FIFA was more than happy to go to Argentina during the height of the military coup during the Dirty War. More than happy to go to Mexico twice with the ongoing drug war and military dictatorship and the violence there. And so FIFA has already shown itself to be historically doesn't care about what's going on behind the scenes for the country. Oh look, Gianni Infantino, he comes out with some even more bizarre statements than Sepp Blatter ever did. And he's making FIFA seem more and more out of touch with the reality every day. Bearing in mind, Infantino commissioned Arsene Wenger to look at the 2-year World Cup cycle. Now, Arsene Wenger did state this is not a plan, this is a proposal, this is an idea we're looking at. We're looking at ideas, we're looking at if we need to change things, how best to change it. Proposals aren't concrete. And now Infantino goes, oh, we want a 3-year World Cup cycle. Stop fiddling with something that isn't broken. What is broken is the structures of FIFA and the corruption within FIFA. Infantino was part of FIFA and Blatter was in charge. He was Blatter's right-hand man. That is the problem. You've just exchanged one corrupt individual for another. And when he's coming out with some of his statements before, during, and after the World Cup, just completely out of touch with reality. They've just been to Qatar. Not the worst Arab state for human rights abuses, by the way, but they've just been there. And in the build-up to that World Cup, PSG get bought, beIN Sports gets founded. There's dodginess surrounding PSG sponsorship, conflict of interest, corrupt payments. We know about this. FIFA denied they ever took place, by the way. Please, I watched the documentary. Right? And then we get to, the proposal. Oh, we'll have it in North Korea. They can't even feed their own people. Like, seriously. This North Korea is like a World War II era dictatorship, like Stalin and Hitler, with forced labour camps, execution squads, and deliberate starvation of the populace. Like, is Infantino like completely that naive to think the sport can be a positive for world good equally? The guy is delusional. And FIFA, as an organisation, much like the IOC, is seen with a lot of skepticism from a lot of countries about its transparency and allegations of corruption, because they're linked to organisations because of the Olympics, because FIFA has to sanction those players as full internationals, playing classes for international cap. It's also a semi-sanctioned FIFA event with the under 23 team plus 3 overage players playing at the Olympics. The IOC and FIFA have regularly been under the spotlight for corruption, and there's been rumours circulating about some really dodgy dealings at both organisations for 30 years. Now, FIFA have been outed, they've been caught, and we now know what's obviously happened in the last 7 years with FIFA. The IOC, there's been things circulating around the IOC as a whole, rather than just individual members of the IOC being done, which has happened with corruption. The IOC, as similar to FIFA, with rigging things, taking bribes, paying off government officials to look the other way, same thing applies. Now, the it, it, it it stuns me basically how even after all the FIFA allegations and the controversy that they're even considering the idea, because North Korea, who's going to co-host it with them? Because even China and Russia are like, yeah, you're pushing it now. We have concerns here, and they're not really great on the human rights abusers either. Let's be honest. Co-host it with South Korea? I don't think that's going to happen. There's a lot of tensions right now in that region, and it does risk, boiling over into fully open conflict. Technically, North and South Korea are still at war, by the way. They never signed a peace treaty in the 50s. There's technically, a semi-state of permanent. I mean, it's well, that was the ice hockey team had a unified team. That was it. And co-hosts, come on, and co-hosts. So just the ice hockey team was a unified team, and it was shit. They didn't co-host at all. That was the only North Korean athletes that participated with the ice hockey players, and they were terrible. Uh, the situation with Taiwan and China is getting tense, but again, there's the political sport situation there, and what we've seen with the Winter Olympics in China is why the NHL players didn't go because of China's COVID policy, which they're suddenly now going, oh, it doesn't work. Um, and so the Winter Olympics had an impact because the NHL were like, yeah, we will allow players to go. And as it went on, they were getting closer and closer to the cut-off point when players would have to depart and quarantine in China. And I went, we're not going to go now. And that had an impact, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't watch any of the Winter Olympics a year ago. Partly because it was in China, and secondly, the last Winter Olympics in 2018 was a bit flat for me. I didn't enjoy the last Winter Olympics in 2018 at all. Um, and then when you're hearing the report, the quality of broadcasting, I don't know what's happened over the last 6, 7 years, but the quality of sports broadcasting has gone completely down the toilet. They're now putting people in place who are just not good enough for a variety of reasons, which we've discussed. It, the quality of broadcasting as a whole has gone down the toilet over the last decade, in my opinion. And we can make of that what you will. The reason why Taiwan has a good baseball team is because of the US presence there. Post World War II, baseball was the most popular sport in North America at the time, especially in the US. That's why Japan, the Philippines, and Taiwan and South Korea are baseball mad, is because US servicemen on their days off, on their leave days, or when they're back in base, were playing baseball. And they invited the locals to come down and watch and understand we're not here just here to occupy, we're here to also rebuild your country. And the locals saw them play this game and wanted to play and participate as part of the reconstruction after the war. And so that's why baseball's popular in the Pacific Rim nations of Asia. Is the post World War II US led occupation forces and their bases. It was their personnel. It was because the sport was the most popular sport in the US at the time. Now that's no longer the case. If World War II was to happen, World War II was to happen now, and the US would be an occupation force, it would be American football that would be played. Just how it is. If you know, that's how baseball has reached the level it has, and that's why the best baseball players from those markets end up playing in the US. Same in the reason for that again is the American involvement in the Caribbean in those countries in the 30s, from the 1900s to the 50s. Um, has a World Series. That's as close as you're going to get. It doesn't have a World Cup. There's not enough players playing at a high enough standard internationally across the world for a World Cup to work because it's predominantly a North American sport. Although in countries like Costa Rica and Panama, again, national sports. And their best players, these Hispanic players, end up playing in the Major League Baseball system. And there's already a big Latin American community in the US, especially in some of the baseball markets like Chicago and LA and in Texas. And it's a very popular sport in Latin Central America. It's the national sport, I believe, in Cuba, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, and Panama. And the bulk of Latin American players come from heritage of those countries or actually of that nationality. So, Major League Baseball, the problem is, and I will say this, baseball globally doesn't have a big following. Baseball regionally in the Pacific Rim, Asian side of the Pacific Rim, and in Central America and the Caribbean, yes, it does have a fair impact in the Hispanic, the former Spanish empire nations in the Caribbean and Central America. Yes, it does. But outside of the Pacific and Central America, outside of the US, it doesn't have a global imprint on the same level as other sports do. So there isn't an international game really where you could have a Dominican Republic or a Japan national side play the US or Canada. It doesn't happen. Which maybe it should. Maybe we should have a World Cup of baseball. It'd be very interesting if we did. Um, but in my opinion, um, I just it's difficult. I think Major League Baseball has definitely got their international growth strategy wrong because they have taken pre-season games and exhibition games to, as I say, Latin America and the Asia Pacific region. Um, uh, and other than that, they globally again. I mean, Australia. Okay, baseball is played at a decent level in Australia again because of the US service personnel involvement during and after World War II. But the international strategy of Major League Baseball when it comes to their overseas international series policy, why they've taken as long as they have to come to Europe is a bit of a head scratcher. There's still a lot of US military personnel and what you call State Department, so Foreign Office to you or I personnel, still actively in Europe. It's very surprising to me that it's taken this long for Major League Baseball to go. The NBA have done it, the NFL have done it, the NHL have done it. In fact, the NHL has actually been taking games here since the 30s. Don't know that for you. So they're big rival leagues for merchandise, revenue, sponsorships, etc., have been coming over to Europe now for a long time and making a lot of money. And obviously, especially with the NHL, there's some of the best players come from the European leagues, and there's very established European leagues that make a lot of money as well. And our national, the biggest leagues in their country for participation, etc. The NFL has now got a European international series because they're now playing in Germany as well. They've expanded it just from London. They've grown their brand to Germany as well. And the NBA
look at Central and Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean countries. Basketball is the kids are mad for it because there's not a lot of outdoor sports pitches, and a lot of their sports curriculum is in the gymnasium, which is the German word for school anyway. Uh, Gymnasium. Um, Basketball's an indoor sport, and they have a lot of indoor facilities in Europe, on the mainland, continental Europe. It's no brainer the NBA would go to Europe and play games. And yeah, I will agree baseball's in trouble. Absolutely. The recent lockout sums up the trouble the sport's in. The return to play negotiations in 2020, which is now 3 years ago in March, let that sink in. That's how long it's been since the COVID pandemic started. Um, is definitely got to be considered as part of the situation. Um, the the situation we find with the history, and I've done videos on this, of Major League Baseball's player strikes and lockouts, in history, going back to the 70s, it's almost once every 3 to 4 years. There is some kind of shutdown on average. And in a 25-year period, I think they had 10 shutdowns or something. So there is definitely something to be said for that. Until recently, there was like a 25-year period of no disruption. It's almost unheard of. The average age of a fan is 10 years older than your average fan age of a sport. That's in your 50s rather than your 40s or late 30s. I think 57 is the average age of a baseball fan in attendance. So you've got a declining aging fan base on average, although there are young fans and kids who do play the game, and that's fantastic. But soccer, football as we call it, is the fastest growing participation sport in the US. It's overtaken ice hockey. It's going to catch baseball. Now, the MLS as a sport is not on the same revenue streams as the Big Four. But I think Major League Baseball is the most vulnerable, ironically, for participation out of the Big Four sports because ice hockey, winter sport, American football, winter sport, basketball, indoor sport, you can play all year round. Participation. Baseball, summer sport. What time of year do they play their football or soccer? Summer. Baseball's in real trouble. They are no salary cap. All the other North American leagues have a salary cap. Massive financial imbalance. Very uncompetitive league in the sense that only a handful of teams are going to be consistently in the playoffs. Very slow sport, very stop-start. There's been scandal involving the sport almost on a regular basis. I don't think it's fully recovered from the steroid scandal, let alone the sign stealing scandal. That's a lot of negative press. I do believe that the current CBA, there'll be a player strike or another lockout in the run up or during the next CBA negotiations. I don't think either side's truly, really happy with the agreement they've got. I think the owners think they've won, but in reality, they haven't. And there's no universal national TV deal. It's all regional market TV deals. And the regional TV companies are paying overs um, for their regional TV deals. Um, and yes, some of the baseball players are Bobby Bonilla, for example, is being paid not to play. Like, for another 10 years. Bobby Bonilla Day, I think, is sometime in July when he signed his contract or something. Or November. It's ridiculous. The salaries are imbalanced. The league minimum salary is the lowest league minimum salary out of the Big Four. Still below the NHL, even though the league brings in twice as much revenue. There's a slightly false economy with the merchandise sales, especially with teams like the Yankees and the Red Sox, because look at even this. I don't even know which team this is, but it's an NBA Major League Baseball genuine merchandise. It's got the genuine merchandise there. It's a new era. I couldn't even tell you if it's a minor league affiliate or a major league affiliate or whatever it is. But it's Major League Baseball licensed merchandise. It might be like an alternate third strip, but it's still believe it's the Astros. Can't be certain, but I think it's an Astros alternate third uniform. But regardless, um, the league minimum salary is still below that of the NHL, a league in which makes half the revenue Major League Baseball does. There's no salary cap, luxury tax, which is a flawed system. And it's an imbalanced system that favours teams like the Yankees and the Red Sox that have, which are a license to print money, and the Dodgers. And it's a very unstable league. Look at the amount of relocations that have occurred in Major League Baseball, and teams going defunct, and it's 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 definitely a league that's got an image problem. It's not attracting younger fans to watch the product in the numbers it was two generations ago. I think the various lockouts and player strikes from the 70s to the 90s had an impact. Losing the Montreal Expos had an impact. The steroid scandal had an impact. The sign stealing scandal had an impact. And then the latest lockout, I think, is another knife in the back of Major League Baseball. And I don't think Rob Manfred is the right guy to be commissioner. He's very out of touch. Direction the sport is taking is it's not changing course. It's not engaging with its fans. It's not engaging. There's a clear poor working relationship between the players union, and the league and the owners. There's a lack of trust there, and I think the fans can sense that. And there are and some teams just cannot draw fans. Most underrated baseball country. I don't know enough about the history of baseball really to have a comment on that. Really, it's obviously America's game. What it was known as between 1900 and the 19 mid 50s. It was the most popular sport within the USA. But it's been in decline for a while. Underrated baseball country. I think any country in Latin America, Central America, that plays it. Japan and South Korea obviously play at a high standard. The Philippines as well. Australia's been producing some good players. I would have to say countries like Costa Rica and Panama. Like people don't realise this, but that is their national sport, and the fact that, especially with Panama qualifying for the 2018 World Cup, that the challenges that the national side have to go through with the fact that domestically it's baseball. There's no funding. Costa Rica have consistently had a decent domestic football league, and that's a different kettle of fish. But again, baseball. I think they're very underrated and not well understood by European fans of sport. Then, baseball outside of the US really does go under the radar a lot when it comes to fans, or sports fans, and the sports media. Um, unless you're a baseball fan. If you're a baseball fan, you would know about players from Panama and Costa Rica and the Dominican Republic and Cuba and Japan and Korea and Philippines who've gone over to Major League Baseball to play. Even Venezuela has got baseball players. So Northern South America, there's Venezuela and Colombia baseball players. If you are a Major League Baseball fan, you know all about that. If you're just a general sports fan, Major League Baseball doesn't get the coverage outside of a few Latin American and Pacific Rim countries and the US. It doesn't have that impact on sports fans. And I think this is where Major League Baseball is missing a trick with its branding and how it sells itself. Because the challenges the sport faces is declining fan base, aging fan base, and a sport with massive financial disparity at the top level. There's been multitude of player strikes and lockouts. There's been 3 in my lifetime, but historically we're now into double figures, which, if you look at the other sports, explains the decline from being the most popular sport for participation and for revenues in the league. to falling down the pecking order in the US and Canada. And it's at risk of being surpassed by football or soccer as a participation sport, as a pastime, as a grassroots sport in the US. And a lot of that comes from the direction Major League Baseball under Rob Manfred is taking. And fans are frustrated. And we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Now, we've had, obviously, the New Year's Day championship games, some Premier League games today. So I'm going to quickly look at some of the some of the results very, very quickly. There's been a lot of games played in the championship. I think they've got a full championship schedule today in the Football League. So we're going to have a look at some of the scores. They're all midday kickoffs, I believe, apart from I think a handful which are even kickoffs. My team won. We beat Cardiff 1-0 and Bradley Dack scores a goal. Let's have a look at some of the football. Spurs are playing Villa. Forest are playing Chelsea. Let's have a look at some of the scores. So Tottenham versus Villa is still currently 0-0. Nottingham Forest play Chelsea at 4:13. Let's have a look at the championship scores. So Blackburn beat Cardiff 1-0. Get in. Blackpool playing Sunderland at 3 o'clock. Coventry Bristol City is a 3 o'clock kickoff. Huddersfield Luton is a 3 o'clock kickoff. And Millwall Rotherham is a 3 o'clock kickoff. So how does that affect the championship table? We're safely and comfortably third. It's getting close at the top of the championship. Burnley are 3 points clear of Sheffield United. And then Blackburn are 11 points behind the league leaders, but 5 points clear of Sunderland, although Sunderland are playing at 3 o'clock away. That's interesting. Let's have a look at the Premier League table, full Premier League table. Right, let's have a look. So Southampton are now at the bottom. They've sacked Houston Hartnell, obviously. They have 12 points. Forest, second bottom, on goal difference from Wolves, 13 points apiece. Nottingham Forest goal difference is absolutely atrocious, by the way. So if you're a Nottingham Forest fan, it's ridiculous. West Ham are just above the relegation zone with 14 points, not doing well, though their goal difference is superior to the teams below them. Everton are a place above them in 16th with 15 points. Bournemouth are 15th with 16 points. Shocking goal difference, but that's from that heavy defeat before Scotty Parker's sacking. Leeds above them on goal difference, obviously, 14th with 16. Leicester 13th with 17 points. Aston Villa 12th with 19 points. I don't think Leicester and Aston Villa are where they want to be, let's be honest. Crystal Palace are a few points clear of them with 22 points. They're 11th. Brentford are 10th with 23 points. Goal difference, dead even goal difference. Really interesting. I found that really interesting. Chelsea, 9th, 24 points. Below Brighton on goal difference, we've also got 24 points. Interesting. One manager goes, Graham Potter leaves Brighton to go to Chelsea. Yeah, Brighton are doing better. What there is, they played one more game and goal difference. Fulham are doing really well this season. Really surprised by that. 25 points, 17 games. They're 7th. Positive 2 goal difference. So we're now getting into the positive goal difference territory. It gets really interesting. Very interesting goal differences. So Liverpool's goal difference is a positive 14. Obviously, that massive hammering of Bournemouth helps with that. They've got 28 points. They're 6th. Tottenham have got 31 points. They played an extra game. Their goal difference is slightly less. They played 17 games, got 31 points. They're 5th. Man United, 4th, 32 points, but their goal difference is significantly lower than the teams below them and the teams above them. That is crucially important. To Newcastle, Man City, and Arsenal, their goal difference is in the 20s. Like Liverpool's in the mid-teens. And Tottenham have got 10 positive goal difference. So Man United's goal difference could prove their undoing later in the season. They have got a game in hand on Newcastle, which is good. But Arsenal are 11 points clear of them. Man City are 4 points clearer than Newcastle, although they've got a game in hand over Newcastle, are 2 points above them. The goal difference is crucial. Liverpool got a better goal difference. Tottenham got a better goal difference. Man United's goal difference is really odd compared to the teams around them. Teams with worse goal difference that have a positive goal differential are Chelsea and Fulham. Brighton have the same goal difference, and Brentford are dead even. So from the bottom half of the table, they've all got negative goal difference. The top half of the table are either dead even or positive. But Man United have got a very weak goal difference in comparison to teams around them. Newcastle, I don't think that's a strange sight. Look at how they've been playing under Eddie Howe. There is no surprise. Their record is fantastic since he's taken over. Fantastic. So there is that. Now let's have a look at the table. Let's have a look at the Championship table very quickly. Going to be very interesting. Very congested table in the Championship. So if you're following the Championship, your club plays in the Championship. Ridiculous table with how squeezed it really is from Wigan at the bottom to Birmingham, Stoke kind of level. It's a relegation scrap from mid-table downwards, really, and it's also a promotion scrap from mid-table upwards. So it's bizarre. The Championship table is not, apart from Burnley and Sheffield United and Blackburn to a point, there's no real separation of teams. From Sunderland all the way down to Wigan is only 13 points. So from 4th to 24th, 13 points covers the whole league. So the Championship's ridiculous. Goal difference again proving crucial. So Wigan are bottom with 24 points from 25 games in 24th, minus 17 goal differential. Blackpool are a place above them with 25 points. Goal differential, again, keeping them below Huddersfield with 25 points. That's your bottom three. Rotherham got 27. Cardiff got 28. Bristol City got 28. Hull have got 30. Stoke have got 30. Birmingham got 32. Preston got 34. Coventry got 34. QPR, who are 13, 35 points. Swansea, 35 points. West Brom, 35 points. Reading have got a minus 6 goal differential, but they're 10th with 36 points. Millwall got 36 points. Luton got 36 points. Norwich have got 36 points. Middlesbrough got 36 points. One of those teams is in the playoff picture, as in Middlesbrough in the playoff places. Goal differential is keeping 1 to 5 teams apart. It's goal difference. Watford have got 37. Sunderland have got 37. That's 4th and 5th. Again, goal differential. Blackburn, dead even goal differential. Inconsistency with my team, 42 points. They've got a bit of separation. Then there's more separation to Sheffield United with 50 points. And Burnley are top with 53 points. So the Championship's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's have a look at League One. So if your team is in League One, very similar situation with goal differential and teams being condensed apart from the bottom portion of the table. There's a bit of goal difference. Accrington have got 2 games in hand over Burton. Goal difference is the same, wins the same, draws the same, losses are different because of the 2 games in hand. Yet they're in the bottom 4, which I find weird because surely they should be above. But that's another thing. MK Dons struggling, fantastic. They've got 21 points. Forest Green, they're in the bottom 4 in League One. They are not doing well at all. And Morecambe at the bottom. But it's Plymouth and Ipswich leading the way. Ipswich are in second by goal differential. Sheffield Wednesday third. So there we go. Barnsley are 4th. Derby are 5th. Bolton are 6th. And then there's some teams down here that are really shouldn't be in this league, like Charlton and Portsmouth. They've been Premier League clubs, let's be honest. And there's some teams that I think overachieved that are in the table. Let's have a look at League Two quickly. Let's see who's struggling in League Two. Gillingham are bottom with 14 points. Rochdale second bottom with 15. That's surprising. But there's some teams down here struggling, and then you've got some teams like Leyton Orient doing really well. Again, another team clear at the top of the table. Walsall, where's Walsall 13th with 33 points in League Two. But their goal differential is a positive 7. Doncaster are a point above them in the table, have got a minus 5. So that's really interesting. They've got a better goal differential by 1 over Tranmere, and then Sutton United are a minus 7. So that's really interesting how that's working out with the goal differential. But there's some shocking goals. Hartlepool minus 21. goal differential. Gillingham -20, Rochdale -17, Colchester -11, Crawley. So goal difference could actually be the difference between promotion and relegation, and especially relegation battle in League Two. Promotion's completely different. Leighton Orient are running away with this league. They're going to get promoted. Stevenage, Northampton, they're pretty comfortable. Carlisle, 39 points, positive 13 goal differential. And then you've got Swindon and Mansfield. Their goal differential is a lot less, positive but a lot less. And they're separated by 1 goal differential. And then Bradford are 36 points in 7th. So it's very, very tight to get into the playoff picture in League Two. Let's have a look at the Scottish Premiership. Let's go north of the border to the boring league. Celtic are running away with it. But Ross County are bottom with 15 points. Then Dundee United with 16 points. They have a weird relegation promotion system in Scotland. They figure out who's a playoff, I think. Motherwell got 18 points. Kilmarnock got a shocking goal differential. They got 19 points. Hibs, 23 points. Livingston, 24 points. And Johnston, 24 points. St Mirren, 25. Aberdeen, 25. Goal difference there. Hearts got 28 points, and then there's the gap to Rangers with 45, and then another gap to Celtic with 54. So you can see where we're going with this and how uncompetitive the Scottish league system is. What else have we got? Euro leagues. Let's have a look at some of the other big leagues here. So there is that. Let's have a look at the National League, because the National League is always good fun to look at. Notts County are running away with it in the National League there. So let's have a look. Scunthorpe are bottom with 16 points. I've done a video on Scunthorpe and them getting relegated out of the Football League. They are in trouble. Torquay, ex-Football League club, 19 points in trouble. Oldham, Premier League founding club, also got relegated from the Football League last year. They've got 20 points. And third bottom, Goldham, in trouble. Gateshead, they want to get to the Football League. They gained some places. They've got 2 games in hand on Maidstone. They've got a game in hand on Torquay and Scunthorpe. They're 21st. Maidstone United, 21 points. And then Yeovil, former Football League club, 24 points. They're not doing well either. They really declined as a club over the last couple of years. Aldershot, 26 points. Again, former Football League club. Maidens United, one of my local clubs, 28 points. York, former Football League club, 28 points. Dorking, I don't think they've been in the Football League. Halifax, former Football League club, 14th, 31 points. Boreham Wood and Altrincham are above them. Eastleigh, Dagenham and Redbridge, former Football League club. And then we get into the top end of the table. Last year's playoff finalists, Solihull Moors, 33 points in 7th. Southend, former Football League club, 34 points in 6th. Barnet, former Football League club in 5th, 39 points. There's a bit of separation with at the top of the table. Woking, they got 43 points, they're 4th. And then we have Notts County, our top 57. Wrexham, 53 points in 2nd. Got a game in hand. Chesterfield, 2 games in hand, 46 points. So multiple former Football League clubs in there. But Scunthorpe, Torquay and Oldham they're done. They're in trouble. Scunthorpe, dead last. Worst goal differential apart from Maidstone's. They're 3 points behind Torquay. They've won 3 games all season. They're in free fall. Oldham aren't doing much better. We could see some big change. Just they're in a mess. Absolute mess. Let's have a look at. Let's have a look at Italian Serie A. Let's have a look at Serie A. Oh, this is interesting. Wow, very interesting. So Hellas Verona, bottom, 15 games, 5 points. Sampdoria, second bottom, 6 points. Cremonese expected to be down there. They got 7 points, and they're the bottom 3. They're looking like they're getting relegated because Spezia got 13 points and are pretty safe. Lecce, 15 points. Sassuolo, Monza, Empoli, Salternia, Bologna, very condensed in the mid-table. It's the top of the table where Napoli are running away with it. Napoli are 8 points clear at the top. They've got 41 points from 15 games. They've only dropped. They've only drawn 2 games. They've not lost any. They've won 13. They're unbeaten this season. So there you go. AC Milan second, Juventus third, Lazio fourth, Inter Milan fifth, Atalanta sixth, Roma seventh. But yeah, Sampdoria being second bottom, was not expecting that. Let's have a look at the German Bundesliga. Okay, Bayern Munich aren't running away with it either. Don't go down. They have played in 6 different divisions in about 30 years. Yes, that would be something. So Schalke at bottom with 9 points in the Bundesliga. VfL Bochum are above them with 13. Stuttgart 14 points. Hertha Berlin 14 points. Augsburg 15 points. Cologne 17. Bayer Leverkusen 18 points. Hoffenheim 18 points. Mainz 19 points. Werder Bremen 21. Borussia Mönchengladbach 22. Wolfsburg 23. Borussia Dortmund 6th 25. Union Berlin were the early leaders 27 points and they are 5th. Frankfurt, last year's Europa League winners, 27 points. RB Leipzig, most active in Germany, 28 points. They're 3rd. Freiburg, they're 2nd with 30 points. And Bayern Munich are only 4 points clear. Yes, they've got that goal differential, but they're only 4 points clear. They're not running away with it. And Freiburg, for me, are the real surprise. Union Berlin and Freiburg are the real surprises for me. Wolfsburg and Dortmund being a bit lower down is a bit of a surprise. But Schalke being last is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's clear that. So there are some really surprising mid-season kind of positionings of teams. But no, Oldham's situation, much like Scunthorpe, really stuns me where those two clubs have ended up. The fact that they've just gone straight down and continuing to plummet the way they are is deeply, deeply concerning. Yeah, it's a massive fall from grace for both clubs. Oldham, ridiculous where they've been in the last 30 years, absolutely ridiculous. That's chronic mismanagement, poor ownership, chronic on a level I don't think we've ever seen. And Portsmouth were close to going the same way not that long ago, but that is ridiculously chronic. And the Oldham situation, it's not surprising with the state of football at this point, but Oldham, you've got to look at the community that both Scunthorpe and Oldham both play in. Poorer communities, deindustrialisation, so post old industrial processes, the old steel mills, coal mines, the old cotton mills, the old factories closing down. And also the difference between Scunthorpe, which is different to Oldham, is Greater Manchester. We've discussed market saturation when it comes to professional sport before. Online, we've discussed the situation where you have so many professional sporting entities in a very condensed geographical location. And I think this is where the sport in this country does have a slight oversaturation problem. And why certain clubs reach that wall and they just can't go any further. Oldham is one of those locations. Greater Manchester is just very intense. Yes, there's a reasonable population size, but it's a very intense sporting dynamic in that part of the world where you're competing for sponsorship, you're competing for athletic talent. It doesn't matter what the sport is. You're competing for fans in a very congested, sports market. And so there's limited money, limited fan base, limited, talent pool because you've got to compete with the other professional sports that want to entice those young players in their youth level, starting from their early days when they decide to pick up a ball and kick it or pick up a ball and run with it. They'll be all put on some ice skates and skate, cricket, pick up a bat the ball back. That is the issue that clubs like Oldham have in the location they are in. you've got Lancashire County Cricket Club, you've got ice hockey, you've got rugby union, you've got the other football clubs, you've got rugby league, very congested. And as I say, there's limited corporate money available. While Manchester is a very global city as a Greater Manchester, Oldham is a separate town within Greater Manchester. It's one of the poorer areas of the region. So fans are going to have limited financial disposable income. And as I say, a congested sports market in a poorer area where fans have less disposable income, and you are competing for the athletic talent to bring through your system, and you're competing for the eyeballs on your product. And when you're not playing well and you're not winning, younger fans, the next generation, are going to be attracted by your Man Cities, your Man Uniteds, your Salford Red Devils, your Sale Sharks, your Manchester Storm Ice Hockey, your Lancashire County Cricket Club. You're going to have the other sports, in Leeds Centurions or Leeds Leopards as they're now known, but other sports teams are going to, obviously, the younger fan you want to attract to be the next generation going through the turnstiles. They're going to divert their attention to somewhere else, and then don't attract that young player coming through. They get picked up by an academy or a youth setup of another club or whatever, and it becomes a self-revolving cycle. But no, Boundary Park, the mismanagement of the redevelopment of that stadium, the poor ownership for a long period of time. Last year, I think last season, the fan protests were quite justifiable and quite public. Didn't get the national attention, but got the local attention. Didn't get the national attention. But yeah, you've got to remember, Oldham in my lifetime were a Premier League club. Been to semi-finals in FA Cups and League Cups. So close to winning silverware under Joe Royle. And we're this close. And if they win that silverware, how different is the story of Oldham? We may never know. But the situation at Oldham Athletic, much like Scunthorpe United, clearly avoidable. Mismanagement by ownership, poor board decisions, and some of their transfer policies and scouting and managerial appointments. Okay, you could argue that part of the problem, but it stems from the top. The situation both clubs find themselves in, I think they're going to get relegated to National League North. They're not going to be close to. They're going to continue to their rapid descent. The Oldham Athletic one, I think, is a bigger story than Scunthorpe. For their decline over the last 3 decades. And as I say, it nearly happened to Portsmouth. It's nearly happened to Coventry City. It's not a unique Oldham situation with what's going on there. And it's a troubling reminder of the situation of the imbalance of the economies within the professional game and within football. And as I said, the sport itself should be self-sufficient financially. It shouldn't actually require millionaires and billionaires buying football clubs, or in certain cases, nation states investing in football clubs. However, because of that, it has distorted the economy of scale and has created massive imbalances. And then you throw in the UEFA coefficient, and then you throw in the TV deals that are unbalanced, and then you throw in the player wages that are overinflated and the stupid transfer money we're discussing. And straight away, that basically sums up the very unbalanced sporting economy that we see. And then you throw in the weekly enforced directors test. They don't regularly audit. I think the pandemic has definitely sped up the decline of some clubs and has exposed the poor mismanagement of some. And I also think the collapse of Bury's had a knock-on impact, and Macclesfield, on both Scunthorpe and Oldham in regards to lost revenues, in regards to the transfer fee system and the basically transfer fees still being owed and throughout the system. I think that has had a knock-on impact, which I don't think has been fully thought of. Just imagine if a Premier League club went tits up, or if a bigger club in the Premier League, like I don't know, oh wait, Newcastle. We've seen Newcastle and Sunderland both be out of the Premier League, and actually that does have a knock-on impact on revenues because both those clubs have great travelling support. Just imagine if a Manchester United or an Everton could be, a big Premier League club. If Everton got relegated, just imagine the knock-on revenues. It would definitely have an impact. Imagine if a club like Everton was to go bust. And again, the collapse of Oldham Athletic is hard to understand. They should be able to survive in the Football League. Again, as I said, Oldham is one of the poorer areas in the UK economically. And as I did say, the Greater Manchester area, there's a sporting area that there's too much. In rugby union, rugby league, ice hockey, you've got football in there. It's sporting saturation, cricket, of a professional level that the communities just cannot, as a whole. Although Manchester is definitely one of the wealthier cities in the UK, Greater Manchester does have some very deprived areas, and Oldham is one of the poorer areas in the whole of the UK. So fans would have less disposable income, so they're not going to be willing to spend as much money. Then you get to the sponsorship and the TV side of things, and ownership willing to pump money in. The club's been losing money for years. The state of the stadium is another one. There's a whole variety of factors, but ownership is a big part of it. But then you have to look at the wider economics. And as I say, Oldham regionally is poor, but nationally is poor as well. Greater Manchester, there's some very wealthy areas like Altrincham and Greater Manchester. The city of Manchester itself has had massive investment in recent years and is a regional economic powerhouse. But there's parts of Greater Manchester, much like Greater London, which are really deprived. And subsequently, that has a knock-on impact. And when you have a community club like Oldham, where they also experimented with rugby league as well, and you can't bring in the revenues you used to, you can't charge the ticket price because of the economic circumstances of the region. And then you're also, as I say, competing in a very congested sports market, so market saturation, as Greater Manchester is, very similar to Greater London. There is a limit on how far you can take the club. Now, the fact the club is where it is purely, not purely down to ownership, but a big part of that. And Oldham fans are quite a colourful fan base. But I also think the knock-on impact of Bury going out of business, as I said, has had a knock-on impact as well on the finances of other clubs in the Football League, in League One and League Two. Massive impact. Accrington's owner basically said that's £250,000 we've just lost there. And he's right. That is £250,000 Accrington have lost out on home and away in just league games. That's not including cup games if they were drawn against each other in cup competition. That's a big part of the following year's budget they now can't use. Happy birthday. But you understand where I'm coming from here with the Oldham situation. Also, you get parachute payments, and that system is a flawed system, and we can all argue that as well. But West Brom, for example, are in financial turmoil. We could see some bigger clubs in trouble. And it's when a big club like an Everton, if Everton were to get relegated this season, the shockwaves that would send through the game cannot be underestimated at all. Cannot be underestimated. And that's very serious. when Aston Villa got relegated out of the Premier League, that had a big impact while they were outside the Premier League for a while. There was a thought process they might not bounce back. They did, obviously. They're now a mid-table club again, but there was that concern that could be Aston Villa never back in the Premier League for a generation. Like how long it took Nottingham Forest and Leeds to get back to the Premier League, for example. It took a very, very long time. I was in bed before midnight. I didn't hear many fireworks. I was conked. I've been ill over the Christmas New Year period, and I've been going to work, and it's not been pleasant. I've got this. I'm trying to battle. I'm getting better, but this chesty virus is not flu type virus is not buggering off as easily as I would like. I've been ill now for about 3 weeks. I was starting to feel a bit unwell over my birthday week, and then it's just hit me the last couple of weeks. I was starting to feel better on Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday came and hit me for six. And this morning I woke up with a coughing fit, which wasn't pleasant at about 8 o'clock. I was like, ugh. And so I've had a few. Yeah, it's not as bad as it was yesterday. I think not being outside at work has, I think, helped, but it's the weather. The weather hasn't helped with the cold and then the warmer conditions. Although it's going to be a bit colder again. No, that's a false again. You can't suggest that because of our promotion relegation system. If Everton are not playing well, they deserve to punish by relegation. The fact the ownership has been absolutely shocking doesn't help. Brentford are a well-run club and are quite rightly and quite deservedly in the Premier League. They're better than Everton right now. Sorry, they are better. They're better than Everton on paper, and they're better than Everton in the league. I, so that's I think an unfair assessment. By that standing, then Sunderland should be a Premier League club. Blackburn should be a Premier League club. By that reckoning, by that reckoning, both Sheffield clubs should be in the Premier League and Preston. So no, I don't buy that at all. Brentford are well run, but and they are better than Everton right now. It's fact. The table backs that up. Positivity around the fan base backs that up, and Everton are in crisis. And it's not Frank Lampard's fault they are what they are. This is down to ownership and mismanagement of that club for 30 years. No, 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 doesn't. The, I don't agree with no relegation at all. Do not agree with that concept. Um, it basically rewards failure, and then you would have to bring in like a draft system, and that would get challenged in court, be very costly and expensive. And then you can have tanking, deliberately losing to get draft picks. I don't like that. And it's something that annoys me about the NHL is Chicago are just deliberately bad. Anaheim are deliberately bad. The Chicago Blackhawks and the Anaheim Ducks are deliberately basically playing like shit in order to get the number one draft pick in the NHL draft in the summer. Whereas Arizona are playing better than what they would look like on paper. They're winning games and winning well, and being competitive. Whereas Chicago and Anaheim are deliberately losing games or putting out a weaker lineup in order to tank to get the best overall draft pick. And so to get rid of relegation, it's like look at the Rugby Premiership. That's a mess. They got rid of relegation. They ring fenced it. Two clubs have gone bust, and teams can just coast along playing poorly and not have any fear of getting shot. But that's what happens when you get CVC involved and private equity and people like the Bristol owner wanting to ring fence to protect their club from relegation because they've overspent over batting. Yeah, look, I think the amount of big clubs that are in the National League system in those three leagues, there's a lot of ex-Premier League clubs in there. There's an ex-Premier League club in there. Is what it is. You agree with the futures with it. So why do we reject the European Super League then? I don't think that's the right way to go at all. Fans wouldn't accept it. Clubs wouldn't accept it. They wouldn't, because ultimately you'd be shooting yourself in the foot to spite you. to, you spite yourself. Oh, it's my foot there. I'm going to shoot my. I've shot myself. Why did I do that? Oh, I'm going to do it again. It wouldn't work because there's some big clubs below the Premier League, massive clubs, who've been Premier League clubs. We've got a Premier League winner in the Championship. We've got, the first team ever to win 3 league titles in a row in the Championship. We've got founders of the Football League in the Championship. We've got ex-Premier League clubs in League One and League Two. It wouldn't sit. And I don't think fans would buy into the European Super League. It's been defeated once, it'll be defeated again. The club owners have got their clubs into debt by mismanagement and are trying to find a quick fix because they are trying to have a power battle with UEFA, who themselves are having a power battle with FIFA, and they wonder why younger fans aren't going to games, why illegal streaming is through the roof. It is because the game's been made unaffordable, because the players are getting overpaid, the transfer fees are obscene, and we're seeing clubs going out of business at various levels because the economics is broken. And if they form the European Super League, you kill rivalries. And if you're saying, we've got to have the historical winners of Champions League in there, you might as well have Benfica and Celtic in there then. And at which point you just kill domestic leagues dead. What needs to happen to get Major League Baseball teams in Montreal and Vancouver? I don't think it happens. I honestly don't think it happens. I understand wanting to get the Expos back in Montreal, but I just don't think it happens. I think Major League Baseball is in a serious situation right now where aging, declining fan base, just coming off a lockout, steroid scandal, sightseeing scandal, young fans turning their back on the sport, participation falling. I don't know how you arrest that. Also, is the appetite from a potential ownership group there? It's all well and good for fans wanting to have the Expos back. That's fine. But is there a potential ownership group there? Is there a potential buyer there? How would you go about it? Would it be a relocation or expansion? And is the economics between the Canadian dollar and the US dollar right now? Because there's a reason why the Expos are where they are. There's a reason why the Quebec Nordiques ended up in Colorado. There's a reason why the original Winnipeg Jets ended up in Arizona. The Canadian dollar economics has an impact on it, and there would have to be several economic changes for any change to happen there. And there would have to be a potential ownership group willing to spend over $1 billion to get a team. Because unless a team is willing to relocate, or an owner willing to relocate a team to a Canadian market, I don't see it happening. Look, the concept isn't dead because 3 clubs are sticking to it. 2 of them are basically bankrupt, and one's under investigation for dodgy financial dealings. So, in reality, they're killing the sport. The sport's killing itself. UEFA aren't helping the situation, but the players aren't helping the situation either with their salaries and not willing to live in reality. But Ronaldo's gone to Saudi Arabia. Messi's won the World Cup. Pele's dead. Football's dying. Football's killing itself. And fans have been very vocal. And it wasn't the only reason why the European Super League didn't die the first time around. But it was a big reason. You couldn't get the fan bases on board. And you couldn't get some of the biggest clubs in Germany and France on board. So that killed it. Is it good value for money? Depends on what level you're looking at. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think ticket prices are higher than they should be. Player wages are out of control. And transfers are obscene. The financial system of the sport is broken, so no, it's not good value for money. We were told when Sky came along in 1992 that it would be more affordable, the money would flow down. That trickle down economics hasn't worked. Player wages are on a level now that are obscene. Back in the day, Ian Wright was on like I think Ian Wright was on £5 a week when he was at an Arsenal peak after he left Palace. £5 a week. That's a lot of money. It's 20 grand a month. What he was earning in a month is not even an average salary now in the Premier League or even Championship. That's just a low salary. Uh, just let that sink in. I don't think it's good value for money. No. Do I think the MLS will be financially better with promotion and relegation? It's a franchise-based league, so it doesn't work. It doesn't work anyway because of the ownership league model being a franchise-based. Um, you buy the right to have a franchise. So the MLS is actually the company, really. It's like McDonald's franchising out restaurants. Think of it like that. You pay a fee to own a franchise or own a stake of the MLS, should I say. So let that sink in. So doesn't work with the ownership model they have. Would Celtic and Rangers fans prefer what? A European Super League? They'll get slaughtered every week. Yeah, Ian Wright. I mean, look, back then that was considered a you know top. That's only a little bit more than what I'm earning now, standard wage. You'll be on about 25, 30 grand a year, something like that. Within 5 years, the average salary a year, so the year I was born, was about 70 grand. Um, I think it was about £70,000 a year. Oh, 69,596. It was around that kind of figure in 1989 for the average top flight player's salary. It's pretty good money, isn't it? That's your average a week now. So that's the massive in 33 years. That is the wage inflation. From the 89-90 season, the season I was born, midway through, to now, so in 33 league seasons, the salaries have gone up by 100 times or something. So 400 quid a week back in 1984 is not bad going, actually. That's bachelor, like, investment banker level. Um, that's an extra £60 a week over what I'm earning now or something like that. So he'll be earning around, after tax, I would say about 25 grand a year. And then very, very quickly, as each contract was signed, the salaries were going up, but not at the same rate they've been going up since 1992. So when Ian Wright bursts on the scene with Palace, and then ultimately goes to Arsenal, the Premier League changes things, Sky TV changes things, the reformatting of the Champions League at the same time changes things. And then the salaries explode post the European ban on English clubs. When English clubs play in Europe again, that's when the Premier League explodes. So the first few years of the Premier League, it's finding its feet with this new TV deal and the restructuring of the English game. We're allowed to play in Europe again. The Premier League shrinks by a couple of teams. Salaries explode. That's the moment. Salaries explode because the reformatting of the Champions League and the new TV, all they get there with ITV and Sky in this country and then across Europe with a variety of broadcasters. And you have the English clubs being allowed back into Europe post, I think, 96. I think the year after Blackburn win the Premier League, the league shrinks by two teams. There's a second restructuring of the English league system, and salaries just explode. Absolutely explode. So it took a little while for salaries to blow up. When they did blow up, my God, they've not abated since. So you can just look at that 4-year period from 1992, so when Marseille win the Champions League, to the English clubs re-entering, as salaries across Europe are starting to climb ever higher. Italian football was pretty good at the time. German football was pretty good at the time. French football was actually pretty competitive at the time. So all the European leagues, even Danish league, the Dutch league, all the European leagues are all pretty even on competitiveness at the time. And then English clubs re-enter the Champions League era. Bang, the salaries increase. And the slightly poorer leagues financially, like the Dutch league or the Belgian league or the Danish league, the Swedish league, the Swiss league, can't keep up. Their best talent goes to the big five, big six, and Portugal. And the imbalance begins. And then the UEFA coefficient gets thrown in there. and so you don't get the Steaua Bucharest and the Red Star Belgrades and the Dinamo Zagrebs doing really well in European football anymore because they can't afford to, and their best talent leaches westwards, and the salaries keep climbing, and again the talent drain goes westwards, and has continued to go westwards ever since. And that's partly to do with the TV deal as well. And then talent drain's going westwards, as is the interest in North America. Let that sink in, and then the rest is history. And then you get the Glazers and all that buying clubs, and the rest is history. I'm not in a trade union at the moment, although I will be soon. The union that represents my industry the best is the GMB. And I've been recommended to join that union. But I want to keep, again, the politics to the other channel, and I could argue, and I'm going to do a video on the other channel about the state of British politics. Will the UK have a general election this 12-month cycle? Are we in a second winter of discontent? That kind of thing. And look at the situation in 2022, 2023, over the situation 78, 79, and are we at another turning point 4 decades later, 43 years later from where we were the last time, and do a comparison video. That's where I'm going to get with that. In regards to salaries, so yes, the year I was born, the season I was born midway through was the 89-90 season. The average salary was around 70,000 a year. That's now your average weekly salary. So 52 times greater is the average salary now. It's massive wage inflation. But the big spike in salaries comes post 96, 97. So when English clubs are allowed back in the Champions League, and you've got clubs like your Man United, and then Newcastle and Leeds were Champions League clubs, and your Blackburns and all that. Your big clubs in England being allowed back into Europe, in the UEFA Cup, the Cup Winners' Cup, the Champions League, suddenly these global brands are getting European recognition again. Yeah, Inverness is an interesting location for a football club because it's a merger of 3 clubs: Inverness, Caley, Thistle. Very interesting. I've done the club history. I suggest you check it out. Very interesting club with the history behind it and how it's only been around for less than 30 years, and it's a merger of 3 clubs together, combining resources. Not all the fans were happy with that, but Inverness, geographically, very isolated city. There's not a lot of big urban areas around it. It's in the middle of nowhere, and then you've got this city. They did win some, so they have won some silverware, yes. Inverness have won some silverware. It's in the club history video. It's on the channel. So I've done Inverness, Caledonian Thistle. I have done the club history on Inverness, Caley Thistle. And that famous headline, Celtic atrocious, Caley go ballistic, is famous from a very famous cup win at Celtic Park. The play on the club name and yeah, I mean the Highland League is very interesting as well, and the sport in Scotland is quite interesting. Obviously, Rangers and Celtic have become the dominant force, is what we see. Obviously, on a day-to-day basis, and when we say the Scottish League is uncompetitive and it's depressing, it is. It has fallen on hard times, and I do think that's down to the Scottish Professional Football League, the SPFL, and the Scottish FA, and again the TV deals that they've struck, and the collapse of Setanta, and when English clubs were banned from European competition, the Scottish clubs didn't take advantage of that, and they're not producing the talent they were producing 30 years ago, and they're not attracting the players of the quality they were attracting years ago, and it is a shame, and it is a problem, and it's something that needs rectifying soon. Otherwise, it's going to continue its decline for a long period of time. And something needs to happen to change the direction the sport is ultimately taking. But Super Cali Go Ballistic Celtic are atrocious was the famous headline. And the club was only a few years old at the time when they pulled off that cup win against Celtic. And that then brought them onto the, the national consciousness. And that headline has now gone viral, and it's um, brought up quite regularly in sports trivia programs and in the international media. And of course, their most famous manager in Inverness is Terry Butcher, former England captain um, at Mexico 86 and Italia 90. Um, play with Ipswich Town as well. And but yeah, the lack of money and the lack of depth in Scottish football is starting to have an impact. And you can link the decline to the economics of Scotland as well, and the limited fan base that you have with a limited population size, and only a couple of big cities in which clubs are based in, and therefore, that limits your fan base, player base, talent pool, that kind of thing. But the TV deal is a big problem, and is a big part of it. And I did in 2018, 2017, 2018, 2019, I was doing a lot of videos on the SPL. And I will do more club history videos on Scottish football clubs. I think I have to. I think that's a justifiable um, series to look at. There's a lot of clubs in Scotland that I could look at. It will be fun to look at them. Um, you know, and it would be interesting to look at some of the clubs that aren't called Rangers and Celtic. I've done fair few videos on a fair few of the clubs, but there are more, and I will start looking at the Scottish clubs as well as the English clubs and European clubs, because I find those videos really fun to do. But as soon as I do them, that history's out of date. As soon as those club histories are done, they are out of date, which I find really interesting. Is 5-10 years time, I will do a second history on insert club name here, a revised history on club here, and as soon as I do a Rangers video or a Celtic video, they're going to win the league a trophy this season, for example, and it's out of date. As soon as I do a video on Man City or Liverpool, which I've done, they're out of date because they're going to win more silverware. Tottenham won't win any silverware anytime soon, so I think I'm pretty safe with the Spurs video I've done. Jokes aside, obviously Spurs have not done much. Fort William now play in the North Caledonian Football League, which is the sixth tier of Scottish football. They play teams like Loch Ness, St Durthus, Inverness Athletic, Orkney, Bonar, Bridge, Nairn, Cow. There are some club names there, isn't there? Do I follow the Welsh Premier League? No, I don't. Welsh domestic football outside of the big clubs that play in the English league system is just atrocious. And the Welsh FA's decision to block clubs that play in the English system from entering the Welsh Cup, I think, has hurt the domestic game in Wales. And there's a reason why the Welsh national side have only qualified for a couple of major tournaments. I think 4 major tournaments in total, and 2 World Cups and 2 Euros. That sums up the situation with the Welsh national side. So similar to Scotland, and that is a problem. And the best Welsh clubs do play in the English system, but they always did. Whereas the Scottish clubs have never played in the English league system. They never have. So there's your difference. Now we're having the debate, let Rangers and Celtic in the Scottish league system. They'll get slaughtered. And would probably be more damaging for the Scottish game and the 2 clubs, Rangers and Celtic, than beneficial. Because look at Swansea, Cardiff, Wrexham, and Newport, for example, and is it Merthyr Town or whatever it is, playing in the English league system. The Welsh game is dead. And there's a reason why they've only qualified for a handful of tournaments. And most of it's in the Gareth Bale era and Aaron Ramsey era. Is the Ireland League better than the standard? Yes. The League of Ireland, the Irish League in the Republic? Yeah, it is by a long way, by a long, long way. It's and even that's an average. Northern Ireland. I think so. Yes. Um, and the same with the league in the Republic, the League of Ireland as well. I think they're both a higher standard than the Welsh domestic game. The issues you have on the island of Ireland is Northern Ireland is the poorest area of the UK, and of course, got the political divisions behind that as well. The Republic of Ireland Rugby Union, I mean, look, they've taken to that, and they've got a very successful rugby setup um, with their provinces, their youth system, their their schooling system as well, the national setup, the structures in place, and then on the flip side, football in Ireland is having to compete against a very successful rugby union setup and the Gaelic Amateur Association in hurling and Gaelic football. And so you've got that issue there. Plus, very rural country is Ireland. You've only got Dublin, Cork, Waterford, Wexford, and Limerick as the big urban areas, and then there's very small villages and towns scattered in Ireland. And it's a very rural country, so clubs aren't going to draw big attendances. And most of the top Irish clubs play in the Dublin area. Um, and so, yeah, that automatically creates a very limited economy um, with with attendances and therefore sponsorship, TV deals, and you've got a very small player pool and a very small fan base because the rugby union has been so successful, and because the Gaelic Amateur Associations draw really well. I believe. I mean, honestly, I'm still finding it amazing that hurling and Gaelic football are amateur sports with the attendances they get and the interest and the player pool and the fact that some of the best Gaelic football players are going over to play in the AFL because they can get paid a full time salary. Um, why did Derry play in the Republican League? It's because of the political situation in Derry or Londonderry, and it was a compromise so that the club could continue to play. It's a political compromise. With a lot of politics involved, a lot of social aspects involved. The Derry is a very Londonderry, depending on community background, is a very divided city, and it was a political compromise in order for the club to continue to participate in football because the risk of disorder and violent and really violent disorder was such that they moved into the League of Ireland. It was a massive, it was a bit of a grey area, but they play in the Irish League. It's a political thing, it's a social and political thing. It's the right decision. It is the right decision, in my opinion. Whether people agree with that is another thing, but it's a very politically minded decision. Um, Colwyn Bay, they did, yes, because there's no money in the Welsh league system. They ironically a club would be better off in the English league system, even in the lower levels. Uh, Financial. Yeah, Institute and Derry City. One plays in the Northern Ireland League, one plays in the Southern Ireland League. Yes, and they're both very successful clubs actually. And it's a very divided city, and it can get very very nasty. And to avoid that derby match, they have put one in the Irish League and one in the Northern Irish League because of the political and social tensions that would be there. The game could never get played. The security forces would never allow it. Um, and this is where sport and politics unfortunately do meet, is when you have clubs like Derry City and Institute who can't play in the same league for security reasons, political reasons, because of the risk of political violence associated. and religious violence and community violence associated with both clubs. It's a shame. Imagine if they got a foot drawn in Europe, though. They would have to play that at a neutral ground. They would have to. Uh, it's just, it's sad that it is the state of play that two clubs in the same city have to play in two different countries' leagues for security reasons. It's a really sad state of affairs when that happens. Um, but it is what it is. Oh, with the song of the Fields of Athenry playing in the background as both sets of players kick lumps out of each other and the fans want to murder each other, that would be just so Irish. You couldn't make that up. You couldn't make that up if you tried. It's the most Irish solution. Just play it on a neutral venue with both sides kicking lumps out of each other for 90. It's the most Irish solution. Um, couldn't make that up at all. You really couldn't. But that would be the Irish way of doing it. As I will just play it on a field on the border in County Tyrone or Fermanagh. Get both clubs to play a one-off game. Yeah, let's do. If Chester join the Welsh League, they'll be bankrupt. They'll be out of money. I watched a documentary about the state of the National League and North and South National League in regards to the COVID pandemic and the financial assistance they got from grants and loans. And Chester were one of those sides that were um, negatively impacted by how they formulated the rescue package, and they weren't very happy with who came up with the idea of the structure of the payments. They weren't evenly distributed, and they used a very weird formula. And all the clubs that benefited, even apart from one, all were board members of the National League, and then one of the board members of the National League spoke out against that, and his club didn't benefit as much. So it's very, very surprising how they fiddled things so their clubs would benefit. I would say if they joined the Welsh League in 2010, they would be out of business again. The Welsh League doesn't make enough money, and they are a former Football League club with a decent sized fan base where they've actually produced players who've gone on to bigger and better things. Um, I would think they would have struggled financially, and I'm not sure how the fan base would feel about um, the club joining the Welsh League system. That might have had a negative impact upon the club attendance wise and going forward and trying to get back to the Football League. I think that would have had a very negative impact upon the organisation. Um, and therefore, is it worth the risk? I know they were considering it, and the club has obviously had their issues off the field and had to reform a couple of times. But I think sense has prevailed. The stadium situation, where part of the stadium is technically in Wales, proved to be farcical during the COVID pandemic. Absolutely farcical. Whoever designed that stadium deserves to have a lobotomy, in my opinion. And that was farcically dealt with at the time. But a lot of the sporting governing bodies did not deal with COVID particularly well. In 2020 and in 2021, there were some um, really bad contingency plans put in place. They were making, and this is why I think the Australians did it better. They did it on the run a lot better. They were more flexible. The European sporting authorities really got things badly wrong, um, and highlights how badly our sports have been governed and run for so long. Both here in Europe and in North America, how badly our sports have been governed and run, and it makes you wonder how our sports are worth so much money. Um, so there you go. The best Welsh football clubs should quit the Welsh league, come back to the English system. They're healthier. There is no argument, but can the English system currently, with the finances that the country finds itself in and the sport finds itself in, sustain that? And would that be a benefit or a hindrance to the English pyramid? I understand the argument. Maybe they should never have left, but the Welsh FA are trying to, build upon the fact they've been to 3 out of the last 4 tournaments that they've been qualification for. The last 2 Euros, and of course, this last World Cup. So 3 out of 4 tournaments Wales have qualified for that they've been eligible to qualify for, and the Welsh FA are trying to build upon that. Look at Welsh Rugby Union; it's financially in a mess. Come play. So the Welsh FA are trying to build upon the success of their national side, rightly so. They've been good value for money at 2 of the last 3 tournaments. Didn't get things right at the World Cup, but hey, they got there and they qualified by right, and they just didn't perform on the day. And they are trying to compete with Rugby Union. And they're trying to say, look, Rugby Union's a mess. These young up-and-coming athletes come through our pathway systems in Cardiff and Swansea and Wrexham and Newport. Look what's happening with Wrexham now with the investment they've had. They're trying to basically entice fans and young up-and-coming players to go into football rather than Rugby Union. And they're using the financial aspect of that. And then you look at the domestic game, outside of a handful of clubs, it's in the worst state, in my opinion, than Welsh Rugby Union. And that's where it gets difficult to entice, young talent to stick with football and stick within the system. And maybe that is an argument to get the Welsh clubs to leave the Welsh league system and maybe merge the two. I don't know, but the situation you're going to find is the Welsh FA are going to resist that, and it weakens the Welsh Cup, which is very important to the Welsh FA as part of the coefficient as well. The European qualification and such for the European competitions, and would it financially benefit the English and Welsh clubs for that to happen? They were healthier in the past. Would that now happen today? That's another hypothetical question that we don't know the answer to. It's a fair, maybe merge the two, yes. But again, the Welsh FA would have to agree to that. And that would have to then eventually mean a merger of the Welsh FA and English FA, which means you lose the national side of Wales, you have to merge it, which I don't think happens. That would be the logical conclusion. Or the Welsh FA just govern the national side. And that then creates some logistical headaches. And, does it work? Because then you have to rework the regional leagues that sit below the National League in order to bring the Welsh League in. Do you split the Welsh League into North, Central and South and East? So 4 leagues, and then 2 of them go into the National League South system, and 2 of them go into the National League North system. How would you divide that in so it balances out the league structure for both North and South, National League and then National League and then Football League? And also the various non-leagues would have to, below the National League, would have to have a board meetings, and that would spend a lot of money to restructure it. Does the non-league have that available capital available to them to make such a decision? Is it a viable financial move to do so? Can the English league system and league pyramid accommodate an influx of clubs? How would that impact the restructuring of the various leagues in the pyramid below the National League system to accommodate? What did you say? I'll just bolt the Welsh League system on. There you go. You're going to have to completely restructure what Welsh clubs go into what regional league, then feed into the North South National League, to feed into the National League, to feed into the Football League pyramid, and that then creates headaches that the FA don't want, the various leagues don't want, because reorganisation could mean the difference between a club getting promoted to the league above and not, because of strength of competition and travel arrangements, cost. Travel costs would have to be factored in, and that then creates a lot of headaches. A lot of headaches. Now, either you would Cardiff and Swansea dominate a Welsh league, or are you more competitive than you? They would dominate. It wouldn't even be close, because Wrexham and Newport aren't on the same level at the moment. Fan base wise, yes, but playing wise, no. So that would be really a bad idea. There's a reason why those clubs have always been part of the English system. Always. Wrexham's one of the oldest, the third oldest club in existence. There's a reason for them being in the English league system over the Welsh league system, and why they've always played in the English non-league system before joining the Football League, etc. There are reasons why, and I'm not sure. I mean, look, the situation. Wales has got a very interesting sporting. They overachieve as a sporting nation, but domestically their club game is in crisis. There's going to be those Welsh Plaid Cymru voters who believe everything should be nationally Wales and backward and broken and economically unviable. Don't get me wrong, I do think the clubs being part of the English system has worked fantastically well. Has. However, the FA of Wales, the FAW, much like the FAI in Ireland, has money problems. And they're relying on Wales consistently qualifying for tournaments to raise their profile. And I don't think this Welsh side is going to qualify for the next Euros, personally. Oh, look, you say some English clubs. Shrewsbury will probably want Wrexham to make it back to the Football League for the rivalry. And both Bristol clubs, the rivalry with the South Welsh clubs is a big, massive, massive payday for them. Shrewsbury Wrexham is one of the heated cross-border derbies. There is Chester Wrexham as well. And the best way to sell a product is with these rivalry games that the atmospheres are electric, packed stadiums that look really good for TV, loud stadiums as well. So yeah, Shrewsbury are heavily reliant on Wrexham making it back to the Football League, or even making in the FA Cup. Heavily reliant, and the rivalry between the two clubs is very historic, and the rivalry between the two towns. I've been up to that part of the world. It's a fantastic part of the world, very interesting part of the world. And if Wrexham can do it, then have a positive impact on the Football League. Yes, Shrewsbury have been in the non-league at times. I will be doing a Shrewsbury Town video at some point, looking at their history. But they have been a non-league club at various points. And their history can be very, very interesting, looking at not only their rivalry with Wrexham, but their other rivalries in the North Midlands and stuff like that. Oh yeah, Gloucestershire is like Cheltenham Town. Other than like Tewkesbury, Gloucester, and Cheltenham, there's nothing in Gloucestershire. It really is a very rural county, and that's why we've got a very, very few professional teams there. Cheltenham Town and Gloucester Rugby Club, and Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. That's it. That's it. Gloucester's the rugby city, Cheltenham's the football and horse racing side of things, and then you've got the County Cricket Club, and that's it. It really is very limited in regards to population and professional sport in Gloucestershire. And Forest Green look very likely to get relegated back to League Two, so their time going up the Football League pyramid is nearly at an end. Forest Green Rovers, and they want to move to a bigger stadium, and they're at the bottom, the relegation zone in League One, and then I'm doing the Great Escape, and they look certain to get relegated to League Two. And if they get relegated into League Two, I don't think their new stadium build takes place. Personally. Of course, the others alluded. I also don't agree with some of his business practices and making them all go vegan, but that's another thing because he's also one of those uh, lunatic fringe types. And his energy company doesn't necessarily behave in the most decent manner. Think about it. But no, Forest Green Rovers. I mean, they are the ultimate pub team that made it into professional football. So that's your football manager team, really, isn't it? Um, and I've got nothing against Forest Green Rovers making it to the football league and obviously trying to reach their ceiling and trying to grow their brand. It's the way they've gone about it, and their owner is an eco-mentalist and in the wrong type of protester. His energy company doesn't actually operate with transparency and decency. Rip off prices, and you think with it being renewables, his customers shouldn't be charged hiked energy prices, which is a lie because they are. So he's profiteering off the energy crisis as well. I don't see them. I don't see them folding because they've become a bit of a cult club now. Really, um, the Rushden Diamonds was badly run. Dale Vince is actually, I have to admit, has put a lot of money into the club in a good way, and has built the infrastructure and stuff. I think they're overreaching themselves with the proposed stadium build and moving from the community that has supported them since inception, which I think is the wrong idea. Turning from MK Dons here, isn't it? Really, but Rushden Diamonds went bust because of bad ownership. But I think they could invest in the current stadium rather than a new one. Really, I think that'll be a better option. But Darryl Vince being the mentalist that he is, and I'm not a fan of his business practices. He's going to kill the club by moving away from the traditional fan base. And admittedly, the village they play in is not a big urban area, but they've been there historically. To move them miles away, not a good idea for me. Which counties in English football have underachieved and overachieved? Technically, Swindon's in Wiltshire. They've been a Premier League club, so that's an overachievement. And they've won silverware, so you could argue Swindon in Wiltshire. Bristol, Avon and Somerset. Bristol's traditionally part of Somerset. Devon, I think, is one that's underachieved. Lincolnshire is another one. I think Norfolk and Suffolk have overachieved with Norwich and Ipswich. It's a difficult one, but I think some of the I think Surrey. There's a county that's underachieved on football. Surrey's one, and Lincolnshire's another. And you could argue one Bristol club's been top flight. You could argue Somerset with Bristol, Avon and Somerset. Well, Lancashire's the birthplace of the game. Lancashire, Greater Manchester, and the North Midlands, Derbyshire is the birthplace of the game for West Midlands. So I wouldn't say it's overachieving. I think that's about fair. But Lincolnshire, Surrey, and I would argue Somerset, Bristol, underachieving. Cornwall, oh God, the fact people actually play sport in Cornwall is at any level is the reason why they've got no top flight professional teams in Cornwall. 4 hours I'm on. No caffeine. I'm on an energy drink and 2 cans of Coke later. And I've had a decent night's sleep. So I've actually been sleeping a bit better the last few days than I have been, which has been nice. But it's New Year's Day, so let's keep this going. But you want more? Oh God, no! I won't be going that long. It's nearly 4 o'clock, and I need to get dinner on and get my work stuff ready for tomorrow. But then again, I don't drink, so I didn't party last night. I was in bed before 10, 11 o'clock. I was asleep. Uh, I slept through whatever fireworks been fired off, if any. And the weather was been a bit naff, so staying in, having a lazy one. But no, that's an interesting one discussing athlete culture. What we've seen with Joe Marler this last week, uh, and his comments to an opposition player that led to a reaction. And I will keep saying this. I think rugby union fans saying, "Oh, the sport's gone soft." You know, we've heard worse. That sums up the culture of rugby union. It's saying we were going to be an inclusive culture for all. Clearly not the case. Bear in mind, Joe Marler has made racial slurs against a player of Irish traveller origin. Got a 10-game ban or 10-week ban for that. He's got previous for inappropriate behaviour on a rugby field. The Alan Wynne Jones incident. And when some rugby fans are saying, "Oh, this is banter. It's character building banter," it isn't. It's one of the reasons why I'm glad I no longer play the sport. One of the reasons why, even though I enjoyed the sport at school as it was a leveler for me, um, the attitudes that I saw then, that I saw as an adult, that I'm seeing now as a fan, permeates the sport. And for me, Joe Marler's comments, which had some inappropriate undertones, they're not the worst comments I've heard, no, not at all. But it's the attitude of the sport as a whole. Um, the culture hasn't evolved with the times. And unfortunately, some of the fans are showing themselves up to be sexists, homophobes, and racists because they are supporting Joe Marler, who has been suspended for racial comments in the past, has been suspended for inappropriate contact with Alan Wynne Jones. I think inappropriately grabbing a fellow bloke by the testicles without his consent would be classed as sexual assault if that was anyone else. It's classed as sexual. So Joe Marler's got previous for inappropriate behaviour on a rugby field, and the attitudes of the sport clearly are being summed up by the attitudes of the fans supporting Joe Marler. And rugby union does have a drink culture. I've seen it in action. It's embarrassing, but apparently it's all good natured. There is some rather unpleasantness that does happen, which apparently is character building, but actually, when a player takes their life, we got or attempts to take their life. Are the same idiots going to say, "Oh, he's weak"? When a player comes out saying, "Oh, this so-called character and stuff was actually racist or homophobic or whatever," because not every individual likes the drinking culture or likes some of the jokes. They love the sport, but it's not doesn't sit comfortably with their cultural background or their personal background. You know, and yeah, worse things have been said on the field. Absolutely. Um, but Joe Marler has previous. And for me, both codes of rugby have a drink culture, and it's called banter. It's not because when a player receives that so-called banter every day from his teammates and rivals, it's not banter. Especially if the player is not enjoying said banter, it's not banter. That is targeted crap. And when and they say, "Oh, it's sledging, it's banter, it's character," it's not. It reveals the weak characters who are those dishing it out can't accept it back. And Joe Marler's one of them. He thinks he's being funny. Bear in mind, this is a guy who got banned for 10 games for making a racial slur against another player. And brought a player's, community background into it and made a racial slur. And he got 10 weeks. This is a player who has grabbed another player by the gentleman's region unnecessarily to provoke a reaction. That's classed as sexual assault. Imagine if that was him on a night out do that to a female. That's sexual assault. That's a criminal conviction. But the sport brushes it off. Bit of a suspension. Slap on the wrist, Joe Marler. Don't do it again. And I have to agree, enough's enough now. We need to be a little bit, okay, this lad's culture is not lad's culture. At no point was any of this ever acceptable. Yet, for some reason, it's acceptable in a rugby union dressing room or rugby league dressing room at a rugby club social part function when there's having a social drink and having a Christmas party, and then there's some of the antics that are embarrassingly funny, but they're not funny. It's for me personally. Don't get me wrong. I love watching international rugby union. I love watching the women's Six Nations, the men's Six Nations, the World Cup. The nations who qualify for the repechage. I love watching international rugby union, but I'm enjoying the sport less and less as time goes on. As now we're finding out more and more about the so-called culture of the sport and be a gentleman's game, a thug's game played by gentlemen. In reality, they're not being very gentlemanly and within the spirit of the game. And when people are laughing about the Alan Wynne Jones, Joe Marler incident from a couple of years ago, you're basically laughing at sexual assault. So that's my, and again, Joe Marler. You've got 10 weeks for making a racial slur. So, no, I don't have any respect for time for Joe Marler. He is an irritant. He's controversial. He's not my favourite cup of tea. But then again, we've seen the alcohol culture within the sport. Danny Cipriani, he had a lot of incidents, didn't he? With club parties getting out of control. When you're assaulting police officers, that's not banter. When you're trying to dive across a bar and nick alcohol and money from a till, that's not banter. Some of the footage we've seen of Christmas club parties where they're doing naked bowling, dwarf tossing, diving off ferries into harbours. That says to me that there is a stupid culture within the sport, and that's going to put off families from allowing their kids to play. And people about the sports going soft. No, society's had enough of drunken louts and moronic behaviour. It's not acceptable. It never has been. There's having characters, and then there's just being arseholes. And look what's happened with the Hawthorn Hawks in the AFL with their allegations of racial discrimination there and how they treated minority groups there. It's not good. Do I think Arsenal can win the league? Yes, I think they can. They haven't got the European distraction of those games to distract them. So they have less fixture congestion. And Arteta's done a very, very good job in building this team. And he's already won silverware with them as an underdog in that FA Cup. So he wants to continue that winning mentality and get some more trophies. And I like the joke that the lesser spotted Arsenal appears very rarely. It's a rare species. Arsenal, unfortunately, have been in a state of stasis or decline for a little while. I wouldn't say they completely declined, but they plateaued after towards the end of Wenger's time. They declined a bit. Some of their transfers were a little bit, you know, um, and some of the style of football they were playing, the balance of the squad wasn't right. Arteta's finally doing the transformation of the Wenger era. It's taken 12, 13 years to fix a lot of the problems that Unai Emery inherited, and now he's fixing them. And thankfully, he was given time to fix them. Unai Emery wasn't given time to fix the problems. Arteta has, and they've had a very good start to the season, and they've had a very good start to the resumption of play as well. So they're in a very commanding position, and they have less fixture congestion compared to Man City, Liverpool, Chelsea, and the other clubs that are in European Tottenham. They're rivals, so they're in a very good position. And Newcastle as well are in a good position to challenge them because of that lack of European football. So we shall see how those two continues. Very similar to the Leicester City um, situation when they won the league. Do I think another sport can be created that grows into something bigger? They're trying out with 100 in cricket and it's not. So I think at this point, um, with the I think a very congested, saturated professional sports market, the only way that could change is if the Gaelic Amateur Association goes professional in Ireland, in my opinion. Otherwise, no, there's no new sport that can come up with that could establish itself. Really, I could be wrong, but I think there's too much money in the established sports right now for there to be a change of the status quo, unless there's a massive corruption scandal or a massive player strike or something that derails rugby union or football or ice hockey or whatever sport in whatever market we're talking about, whatever league, cricket. Unless there's a major shutdown of one sport, not all sports, but one sport, I don't think we're going to see a shift in the status quo. Is snooker due when Ronnie O'Sullivan decides to retire? Now, there's some pretty big characters like Judd Trump and Neil Robinson and some others within the professional game who are Mark Selby, who are quite characters on and off the bays. I don't think it's doomed. They were saying when Stephen Hendry retired, the sport was doomed. And they were saying it about Steve Davis. Snooker has now reached a point where it's constantly evolving. The issue with snooker is the corruption allegations and the match fixing allegations. Arsenal Newcastle, yeah, it's been definitely refreshing to see them in the battle for the title. It really is. And Newcastle have been under Eddie Howe massively. People were saying, no, he's not going to last long. He's an interim manager. He's not going to be there long. No, he is. Selby, his style of play is not popular. I wouldn't say he's not popular on the circuit with other players, his rivals and all that, and they're on the circuit, on the international circuit. His style of play isn't popular because it's slow paced and very tactical. But I think he's quite a popular individual with other players and with the media when they interview him and with fans. But he has been criticised for his over tactical play, but it wins him titles, so it's effective. Is Test cricket killing the one-day game? I think the ICC is killing cricket rather than Test cricket in one day. The ICC and the BCCI and the IPL, I think, and the ECB and Cricket Australia are killing cricket. I think the day-night Test format is the way to go for all Test matches. And I think there needs to be a restructuring of the International Cricket Council because the three big boards, ECB, Cricket Australia, and the BCCI, have too much power. Everton versus I needed a lot of caffeine and Pro Plus to stay awake to watch that one. A lot of caffeine and Pro Plus. I don't normally drink coffee. I was pumping coffee into my system. I was pumping. I think I went to the petrol station. There was a session break, and I went to a 24-hour petrol station, and I just bought a crate of Red Bull. I bought a multi pack. I couldn't not watch it, but maybe I shouldn't have watched it because I went to college. I think was I still at college then? It sticks with me. Or did I have work the next day? I can't remember. It was something I could do the next day, and I went to do what I had to do, like that, absolutely exhausted. I think I had work the next day, but I battled through it, and I regretted it. But at the same time, I was captivated by the tactical play. Um, and look, criticise the players. You've got to play what's in front of them. Unfortunately, it fell into a very tactical game. Um, but it was effective for both players. There's a reason why they got to the final. Um, but it wasn't a great spectacle, no. But the fact that people stayed up and watched it till the very end, they're going to keep playing that way. If people are going to watch, if the viewership figures back it up, they're not going to bring in rule changes to speed up play. Bring in like a shot clock. I know, not 6 cans of Fanta. We're talking a multi pack of 6 cans of Monster. Or I think I just grabbed as many cans as possible and I went for two and they're like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm watching the World Championship snooker final. It's long." And they were like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, just you've got a little TV, little radio, 5 Live, BBC, get a little portable TV, plug it in, tune in." And the night attendant said, "Get the radio, 5 Live, put it on." And then in the morning, I think I had to get fuel for my motorbike, and he was still there. I said, "Listening?" I said, "Yeah." He went, "Yeah, I listened all night." I said, "There you go." Um, the Did he overachieve? 3 finals, 1 world title. Did he underachieve? Another question. Did he underachieve? Um, Here's another question. Overachieve, underachieve. Could he have made more, you know, world title finals? He still won other ranking events, so he's not a bad player. He did well in his career. He was world champion. Um, but I think at that time in snooker, I believe the style of play was starting to change. And for some reason, the defensive style was predominant in that era. And the era was Judd Trump coming along and Neil Rockall and just saw the defensive aspect, score quickly, was coming along. Stephen Hendry, I don't know. Maybe the BBC aren't paying him enough, and BBC Sport not paying him enough on his punditry. I don't know. Obviously, he still believed he could play. Um, Steve Davis carried on playing until well into his 60 odd now. Um, I don't know why Stephen Hendry decided to make a comeback, but you've got players like Jimmy White and Steve Davis who played on into their 60s. So obviously, he felt he could still contribute to the sport, whether it was the right decision to come back. That's up for debate, really. Obviously, he knows the reason why. Um, he was definitely the best player of my youth. Um, Fantastic player at his peak, and then he just hit a wall, and he couldn't replicate his earlier form, and he just went off a cliff, and he decided, "That's it, I'm done." Um, Top five. O'Sullivan, whether you like him or hate him, however, because he's a very divisive character, he's got to be in your top five. Has to, can't not. Higgins, I wouldn't have him in my top five because of the controversy or the negative nature concerning match fixing. And he gets very, very, very short with journalists about that. And technically, he was sort of found guilty because he admitted taking bribes. So I would have to take Higgins out of the top five. Steve Davis would have to be in there, and not Jimmy White. I would have Ray Reardon still in there, not White. Selby, his style of play is like watching paint dry, but he's a very good player. But I would also have Judd Trump and Neil Robinson floating around there, the active players. But again, Higgins and O'Sullivan are still active. Selby's still active, so they may do something like get involved in match fixing, do something that brings the game into disrepute, something off, the snooker table, away from the sport. Again, it's like Hanky in darts doing what he did and getting found convicted of what he did. Ted Hankey in darts. Something like that could happen. And therefore, I never say active players are in my Hall of Fame of any sport. And I've done career videos on retired players, and that will be like the Hall of Fame one. So for me, Hendry's obviously come back from retirement. That could backfire on him. Higgins, the match fixing allegations and taking bribes is never going to go away. He'll never be in my top 5 because of that. That's bringing the sport to disrepute. O'Sullivan's still playing, and he retires and unretires all the time, and he makes some statements that make me wonder what's actually going on in Essex Boy's head. Jimmy White, there's allegations of him, there's been impropriety around him. Yes, he's a cancer survivor, and that's fantastic, but he did some things involving drugs that aren't good role model kind of things. And Ray Reardon, he's got to be. Ray Reardon is the only one in there. A, he's an ex-player, and B, he didn't have that kind of. He could drink though. That's the problem. So when it comes to being good role models for up and coming players and young fans, Hendry, I think, is one of the better role models. I think the best role model. I would have Steve Davis in there, obviously. But for me, there's a lot of active players right now who are better than what went before, and there was a lot of players who went before that are better than some of the active players. So it's a really toss-up, and it's again subjective. But Ronnie O'Sullivan comes out with some statements that I think are controversial that damage the image of the sport. Higgins, the match fixing. Jimmy White, the cocaine usage. Another world title in John Higgins. What is he paying for it? Is he buying it? Because again, he took bribes. He was found guilty of, taking backhanders. Whether he actually fixed matches or not, it's up for debate alongside Maguire. And he gets very shitty about that when questioned on it. But that sort of brings up the guilty, mate. So he'll never have that respect that he had before he took bribes. So I have no respect for John Higgins. He brought the game to disrepute and should have been banned. And how he wasn't is a joke. Is another world title in Higgins, or is it fixed? Because that's going to be the assumption is Higgins winning fairly? Is there bribery in here? Is there corruption in here? And it's annoying because he's a very, very skillful player. But the stench of, mate, you took backhanders. How clean are you? Or how fair are you? Are you cheating your opponent out of things? Has your opponent decided to take a backhander as well to? So there's too much controversy with Higgins and Maguire as well, another Scottish player. Williams would be in there. I think it would have to be probably more top 10. Unfortunately, yeah, you've got Alex Higgins, fantastic player, alcoholic. So is he a good role model for what you do away from the sport? No, he would drink and smoke whilst actually lining up a shot. He's got a fag hanging out. Different time, different era, fine. But violent, wife-beating alcoholic. Sorry, I cannot say he's a good role model. Great player, shit role model. Paul Hunter, untimely his passing could have been better than O'Sullivan. And I think even O'Sullivan said he was the best player he's ever played against. I think most players say Paul Hunter was the best player they ever played against. And then he was playing during his cancer treatment when he was dying, basically, towards the end. And people say he was the best player they ever played against and taken 2 seasons. So you can only hypothesize of how good he could have been. But listening to interviews given with players going, actually, no, this guy was better than O'Sullivan head for head. Paul Hunter, definitely. underrated in his time, but if you look at his records, he would have been better than O'Sullivan by far, by a country mile. It's not even close. Not even close. That's the simplicity of it. It's not even close. In his shorter career, for his early passing, he was far better. When you got Ronnie O'Sullivan going, that's the best player I've ever played against. And for once, that's not a controversial statement. It tells you all you need to know about Paul Hunter and his quality. And absolutely fantastic quality, no doubt. We don't do enough snooker videos on this channel, and that for me is a problem. I would like to rectify that. But unfortunately, snooker is one of those sports, too much corruption in it, too many allegations of corruption and match fixing, and I enjoy it a lot less now than what I did 10, 15 years ago. I've really tuned out of snooker. And I'm losing a love of football as well. And there are some sports that I'm just not feeling a positivity around that I did when I was younger. Now, I'm massively looking forward to the NRL season. They've sorted out a new salary cap. The women's game is getting a boost with more teams, better money, expansion, new team. The issue the NRL is going to have is they've got to figure out some stadium availability during the Women's Football World Cup. And that's going to be a bit of a headache because stadium availability is going to be a bit of a headache in the summer, winter, when the Women's Football World Cup takes place, because for some reason, organisation and working with other sports is not the NRL and AFL's forte. They tend to clash over stadium usage. And so that's interesting. So I'm looking forward to that, but also there's going to be some controversy on this upcoming NRL season. Do I think Ronnie O'Sullivan is good or bad for snooker? Mixed. He is controversial, but he's a draw card. Controversy sells. It puts eyes on the product. It puts bums on seats. Now, whether he's the best player right now or all time, it's open to debate. There could be someone coming along in the next 5, 10 years who just wins everything. But Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan, there's no doubt he is a fantastic point scorer. He can rack up a 147 like that. But his attitude, and from week to week, you don't know which O'Sullivan you're going to get. You don't know if you're going to get calm O'Sullivan who's just going to play, or you're the mental O'Sullivan who's going to do something like make some inappropriate comments, throw a game because he's just deliberately gone, no, I'm not playing anymore, and just walked out. Bring the game to disrepute. Swear during a match, which is again bringing the game to disrepute. Give an iffy interview. But anyone who pisses off the Hearn family gets my thumbs up in that regard. But the Hearns realise this guy's a marketable asset because he's so controversial. He creates controversy, which creates attention, which sells the product. I think the Hearns are more bad for snooker than O'Sullivan. The Hearns want O'Sullivan to keep playing as long as possible because he's controversial. I hate the Hearns. I think they're toxic. They're wherever the Hearns go, corruption follows them. Mic drop. I'm sorry. Wherever the Hearns go, the sleaze and stench of corruption follows them. Look at the boxing recently with the Ben Eubank Jr. The Ben Jr. Eubank Jr. fight. Right? One of my neighbours up the road, Felix Cash, was on the undercard, and I've been watching him train. Right? He runs up and down the roads. There's a boxing gym up the road he trains at. Right? For 6 months for this fight, and he's on the undercard. His fight, every fight on that card got cancelled. There is no penciled in date for a rearrangement, and it's one of the Hearn fighters on their stable. Sorry. They knew he was fiddling his drugs intake. They knew it. They had to. To play dumb is ridiculous. Anywhere they're going, there is a sleaze attached to it. He fucked up Leyton Orient because his father used to run Leyton Orient. Right? Brought that club to his knees. Snooker, the rise in match fixing in snooker is sickening, and corruption in snooker is sickening, right? And that is something that's put me off the sport. Darts, well, they destroyed darts. That's my opinion on that. And it's their way or the highway. They don't compromise on things. The direction they take in snooker, while I think it's definitely improved the quality of the sport and the depth of the sport, fantastic, and more better prize money and more professional players and a more competitive sport where anyone in the top 100 can win a world championship, fantastic. The corruption aspect that's gone with that, with the match fixing allegations that's gone through the roof, is a massive concern for me. Oh, I know. Let's take a drinking sport to Bahrain, where you can't drink, or you can, but just you can't. That's where I think darts has lost it for me now. I went off darts years and years and years ago. Long time ago, I went off darts. PDA and BDO, again, herd involvement, and the state of the sport. You know, it's not the sport it was when I was growing up. But taking events like that to Bahrain is just, it's almost insulting to their culture as well as ours. Almost insulting. With the darts, the world championship. Well, it's taking it to locations like Bahrain. It's like the boxing going to Saudi Arabia. Gambling is illegal over there, right? But sports like boxing rely on gambling to generate some of the prize money. Why do you think they go to Vegas all the time for boxing bouts? Because the gambling industry are big sponsors of boxing. Then you take it to a country like Saudi Arabia. MGM own casinos. How insulting is that to the culture of a country? Which we can always argue, should have had these major sporting events. Da, 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 da. I don't know. I don't watch darts anymore anyway. I haven't watched darts for years. Um, it's definitely not been something I've enjoyed watching for a long time. Um, and when I did in 2018, I did my favourite sports ranking list where I like sport. Um, if I was to do that list tomorrow, my favourite sports in 2023, like my top revisit, it would be completely different to what it was in 2018. Over the last 5 years, 4.5 years, massive change in my view on my favourite sports and favourite leagues. The NRL and NHL are still my two favourite. So rugby league and ice hockey are my two favourite sports. By a country margin now, V8 supercars and the British touring cars come in just behind them. So it's the NRL, the NHL, and that includes the women's NRLW. So rugby league, the NRL, NRLW, the NHL, V8 supercars and British touring cars, and then there's the rest. That's my viewpoint currently on where we're at. My list of sports that I enjoy watching has changed. Um, and yeah, COVID's had an impact on that massively. And the response to the pandemic. Could it change again? Possibly. I think football is going to be dropping down the list constantly now with the direction the sport seems to be taking. Um, for me, it's the NRL, the NHL, and then the V8 supercars and the British touring car packages because you've got the support packages there. And then it's just general motorsport after that, not including F1 and MotoGP, because I think the direction those sports are taking now are a little bit. Hang on a second. So there's a definite trend with sport being accessible, being competitive, um, and being fair. And We've just had some rule changes in the British touring cars, which I think have been a positive. We've got a new generation of V8 supercars, which should be more balanced and even and competitive as well. They're looking to expand manufacturers again, like they did back in the mid 2010s, which I think is a good thing for the V8 supercars. And rugby league expansion here in the NRL. And the NRLW, I really enjoy watching women's rugby league in Australia. I think it's very, fantastic. Fast throws and darts. Again, I haven't watched darts for a long time. I've really tuned out on it, but a good fast-paced game is better than a slow-paced game. Same with snooker. The Hearns hated Ebden versus Dot, which I think is unfair because that's their style of play. It's tactical, slow, methodical, mentally where the opponent. And it was fair. They both got to that final because they were playing the best at the time. The Hearns don't like that. They want everything quick, 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 quick. And that's not always what you're going to get because sometimes a snooker match is going to degenerate or a frame will become tactical. You're not going to get 147s every frame where you're trading 147s between players. But the Hearns don't necessarily have the best interests of the sport at heart. They have their own pockets, is their interest, making money for themselves. Do I think the Gaelic Amateur Association will go professional? I'm surprised it stayed amateur as long as it has. I think part of the reason is the cultural, social aspect of it historically, with what it means to be amateur association in Ireland with the Gaelic sports. But they've also looked at how rugby union went professional in 1995. I'll have no doubt on this. And I think the Gaelic Amateur Association have seen the successes of professionalism in rugby union and the failures. And the failures at the moment are starting to outweigh the successes with the imbalance. And I think there is a fear there that the sport cannot financially sustain itself, as in hurling and Gaelic football, because you've got a limited population size in Ireland and therefore a limited player and fan base. And in order to sustain professionalism and the wages, you've got to get a great TV deal. Which there are a lot of reasons. I'll have to research it, but I do think at some point the discussion about professionalism maybe there. I don't think there's corporate money behind it, but whether it's a cultural thing as well. It's not just it's still amateur. It's the social, historical, cultural aspect of it as well. Yeah, when Eddie and Barry Hearn admit I'm smelling the money, it's all about maximising their profits. But there's also links with organised crime there as well, which makes me a little bit. Yeah, something's going to come out about the Hearns that's going to make us go, oh yeah, no, we all suspected that, but we were like, oh wow, and we're going to be feigned surprised, like shocked, but in reality, we all guessed that they're dodgy and sleazy. Is the image definitely the health of the darts players is better than what it was. Is the image better? You've got the Hearns involved now, so you trade the alcoholic, fat, pub going, working class bloke called Gary for Dutch, because the Dutch love darts, by the way. They really love darts. So you've got the international, like Dutch, Australian players coming in, players from Japan and Korea and North America. So you've got that international aspect, which is great. And then you've got the Hearns involved, where you're thinking, is this the right direction we want to take things? I think my views on that are mixed. The fact that I'm no longer watching it tells you all you need to know, and the fact it's heavily reliant on companies of a betting background, like gambling firms for sponsorship, is also concerning. Look, again, the Hearns want to maximise profit revenue over anything else. As long as they're making their money, they could not care less. they are the true ultimate sleazy capitalists. It's not even that they're capitalists, which is fine. Nothing with anyone making a profit and being successful. It's the way they go about it. For me, I don't feel comfortable. Um, and the reliance on sport on betting sponsorship is a concern. I obviously have to be careful naming certain sponsors, but a reliance on gambling firms for sponsorship of events is also a big concern, especially if they go somewhere like Bahrain, um, where gambling is illegal and drinking is outside of designated areas is illegal. Yet they're reliant on alcohol and betting firms supplying the sponsorship and agreements for their sport. You couldn't make that up. But they're obviously getting a good deal with the Bahrain tourist ministry to go there to say that we're open for international business of a sporting nature. We'll give you a discounted whatever rate on hosting your tournament there. It's a bit. It is what it is. But again, it's about maximising revenue for the hands. That's what it's about. And what we saw with the boxing the other week with the Ben Eubank fight being called off because of a failed drugs test, the Hearns were involved in that. And the aftermath of that, with how the media, there was no proper press conference. They quickly fled the building. What next after Hearns from these sports? Hopefully, positive change. And coming back, I wouldn't say completely undoing everything that, because not everything the Hearns have done with snooker is bad. They definitely sped up the play of the game. There's more professional players in the game. There's better prize money, better sponsorship. Fantastic. The, the concern I have with some of the sports is the corruption aspect that's seeped in because they chased the quick money. They're fair play to the Hearns for doing that. It's the fact that they're more interested in profit over anything else. That unfortunately, the lesser players on the tour get approached by a match fixer. They're like, well, I'm not earning as much prize money because I'm ranked 200 in the world, but I'm professional. I've got to pay my way. That could pay me for that's a year's salary right there in a paper bag. That could make sure my kid can go to a good school, or my wife's got a medical condition that pays for her treatment, whatever it may be. They find a way, and so with the Hearns chasing maximising profit over anything else, player welfare gets left behind, and there are those players who, for whatever reason, are tempted because they've got no choice because they're in a. Yes, Ted Hankey is one. There's been some other unsavoury bits and pieces off the hockey, and again, it's while the Hearns have been in charge of the sport. Tony Eccles. What did Tony Eccles? I know about Ted. What did Tony Eccles do? He did something, something not very nice. But again, this has come under the Hearn. Um, oh yes. There's been a couple. Let's have a look. Tony Eccles dots. Yes, let's have a look. He played in the BDO, which obviously he left, and he joined the PDA or the PDC. Sorry, when did he join the PDC? Let's have a look at his career. Well, this has all happened under the Hearns' guidance, under their governance of two sports, match fixing and then sleaze, as I say, the sleaze allegation, the culture, sports culture. Um, right, so he was in the BDO two spells between 2007 and then 2012 to 2014, and there was a spell between 2007 and 2012 where he was involved with the PDC. He's never won actually a major championship, but he's obviously competed. He's won tournaments, yes. Jelle Klassen. I remember him because he was playing the BDO before he went to PDC. Remember Yellow Klassen. Um, right. So in 2014, he was convicted, and he was released midway through last year after 8 years. Um, da, 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 da. Let's have a look at Yellow Klassen. I remember him bursting onto the scene. Yellow. How do I spell his name? Double A, isn't it? Misspelled his bloody name now. Yellow Klassen. Yeah, I remember him. He burst onto the scene when he was very, very young. He was a BDO between 2000 and 2007, PDC from 2007 onwards. He's also been involved in the WDF, World Dart Federation. He's currently 134 in the world, so he's not doing too well. He's won one World Championship, one Dutch Open. He's won quite a bit actually. He's won quite a few tournament wins. What the personal life? Let's have a look. 2012, he was accused of something involving Michael van Gerwen, a family friend of Michael van Gerwen, and he did admit it in the Dutch press. They were close friends. The case never went to court. He was sentenced to 16 hours of community service and a fine of €327. Van Gerwen and Klaassen hate each other now. Da, 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 da. But again, culture like this persists, right? Persists when a toxic culture like this persists, where you have these constant allegations against players, and the culture comes from the top. And I say sleaze, the Hearn family, sleaze, been around boxing, snooker, darts, and that's where that culture at the top trickles down. So if you have a sleazy culture where it's make money at all costs, you're going to get this rather undesirable kind of nasty element to the sport. Now, what we've seen with snooker is match fixing. That's the nasty element to snooker is match fixing allegations. What we're seeing with darts is rather sleazy allegations of inappropriate behaviour. Now, we have seen two players go to prison for offences, and one player have legal action taken against him. Hahn, I remember him. He was a very controversial player. I forget Han. What was he famous for? He did something. Quintin Han. He was quite controversial when he was at his top level. Quinn. I don't know what it is about Australian tennis players, snooker players, and darts players. Well, he was a good pool player as well. Quintin Han, what happened to him? Let's have a look at his profile. Wow, yes. He was done for match fixing, wasn't he? Let's have a look at his legal issues. No, he got done for match fixing. In October 2001, he invited unidentified South African woman to a hotel in London after midnight. There was an allegedly charged, allegedly raped or whatever. He was charged with it. He was acquitted of those charges in 2002, so he was allegedly a bit of a sleazy character. He was also accused of domestic violence. And then his second accuser Admitted she lied under oath. And then in 2014, it was reported that the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, ASIC, started court proceedings at the Federal Court of Australia against Han, now going under the name of Quintin Hunter. He changed his name legally. Because he was banned for 4 years from financial services. So after snooker, he got involved with um, the financial industry. He was banned for 8 years from snooker for match fixing at the 2005 China Open. Yeah, he's not. He's a bit mental. Yes. Let's have a look at his biography. So his amateur career, he was a pretty good amateur player. Professionally, he turned professional in '95. But let's have a look at what happened when he got banned. Right, Han began the 2000-2001 season ranked number 32 in the world. He was preparing for the upcoming campaign by increasing his practice in Melbourne. He did a bit of World Able pool. He was booed by spectators for smashing the cue ball into the pack of reds in the first 3 frames of his match against O'Sullivan. He got a £750 fine for non-performance for unprofessional behaviour. His final match of the season was a 4-10 defeat to Andy Hicks in the first round of the World Snooker Championship. After the match, referee Laurie Annadale separated the two players from a physical altercation after Han made a threatening comment to Hicks when the latter suggested he would lose his top 16 world ranking. He challenged Hicks to a fight. In the event, Mark King stood in for Hicks at a charity boxing match with Han, and which the latter won. He did another charity boxing match against Johnny McGee after he suggested Gaelic football players were not as tough as Aussie rules players. He had his nose broken in 3 rounds. He fell to 18th in the world rankings before the 2004-2005 season. Again, April Championship he played. He withdrew from the Malta Cup in 2005 for a fractured finger. And in 2005, he had to play with a new cue after his old cue was stolen or lost at the China Open. His cue was retrieved but damaged and unusable. He borrowed a friend's cue and decided against practicing and instead went out drinking. He played his first round match against Peter Ebdon, hung over and lost 2 frames to 10. There you go. The match fixing allegations and resignation. The day after his 2005 second acquittal of the rape charges, The Sun, what a lovely newspaper that is, alleged that he had agreed to lose his opening match in the '97 against Ken Doherty at the China Open to an undercover reporter for 50 grand. The story was held back to avoid prejudice in the outcome of his current trial. A hearing at the World Professional Billiards and Snooker Association, WPBSA, was convened after its panel was shown transcript of video and audio footage of the meetings, which took place between Han and the undercover Sun journalist in March 2005. In September, he entered the Grand Prix tournament before he withdrew 1 month later on medical grounds, and Hunt submitted a medical certificate and received a £3,000 prize fund from the WPBSA. He later failed to attend the first round of the UK Championships for undisclosed reasons. He resigned from the World Professional Billiards and Snooker Association on the 14th of February. He did not attend the hearing and was found guilty in absentia. The newspaper did not go through with any agreement but agreed to lose the game. Han was in breach of Rule 2.8, which states a member should not direct or indirectly solicit, attempt or to solicit or accept any payment or any form of remuneration of benefit in exchange for influencing the outcome of a game of snooker billiards. He was banned until 2014 and he was fined 10 grand. He commented on the ban imposed on him in the Daily Mirror 2010. I was just the perfect scapegoat for them. I was a foreigner. I'd pretty much given up snooker, so I was fair game for them. And of course, all his legal issues. which he's had loads. Yeah, Andy Hicks. What happened with Andy Hicks? Andy Hicks was an English professional snooker player nicknamed the Cream of Devon. There you go. He was a semi-finalist at World Snooker and UK Championships in '95, a Masters semi-finalist in '96, and he was ranked between the top 32 between '95 2000 and again 2005 2007. He relegated from the main tour in 2013. He regained a 2-year tour card in 2019. He's still professional. He's currently ranked 67th. Yeah. He's a pretty decent player. Not outstanding, not terrible. He's had a decent career. He's won one tournament ranking championship. He won the Northern Ireland Open in 2016. Yeah. So Mark King's still going, and he's only 50. Ridiculous. But no, snooker. Quintin Hahn. I mean, the fact he's had multiple allegations of impropriety. There's no smoke without fire. He is a bit of a character, not in a good way. Stephen Lee, he got banned for 10 years. I did a video on that. He's done. He'll never play again. I don't think he can be involved in the snooker club. I think he's banned from all snooker activities. I'm surprised. I mean, that Stephen Lee, he'll never play again. Well, he's in denial. Obviously, he's been caught. There's enough evidence to ban him. And whichever way you look at it, he deserved to be banned for 10 years, which is basically a lifetime ban. And there's some players who've been interviewed recently in regards to match fixing and snooker saying it doesn't matter, ban him for life. And others going, we've got to have a look at the mitigating circumstances, the lower ranked players who get less prize money, etc., etc. But for me, he was a high profile player. Higgins, I'm surprised, got away with not getting banned, in my opinion. But it is what it is. I think at the end of the day, snooker under the Hearns, much like boxing under the Hearns and darts, the sleaze aspect is attached to it. And what we've seen with darts with some very unsavoury characters, the culture starts at the top. And in any sport. So when you see a sport that's beset by disputes between players and owners and teams over money, it starts at the top. Agree. When you see sports that are beset by scandal, doesn't matter if it's racism, homophobia, again, culture starts at the top. What's happened in snooker? It's just more allegations are coming out about players allegedly match fixing in recent weeks at the end of last year. It's weird saying the end of last year, because only yesterday. So just around Christmas time, before Christmas, there was a spate of allegations concerning match fixing in snooker that came out. And there's been a spate of snooker allegations involved with betting. So, what was his name? I did a video on him betting. Got a betting ban. Who was the player? It's going to annoy me now. There was a player ban for breaching betting rules. Obviously, we talk about Quintin Hahn. He got banned for match fixing, amongst other allegations. And a lot of this has happened under the Hearn watch because they've gone for this make as much money as possible in all the sports they're involved in. The welfare of the athletes, the welfare of the sport is at risk with their profit at all costs mentality. And I don't think it's fully benefited the sports as a whole. But no, we're talking about snooker and darts and boxing and the Hearn involvement and some of the sleazy characters that have been around both sports, and I've been looking up on their player profiles and going, "Oh shit, this guy did this, and this." It's a bit concerning when, like, I mean, last night Andy Impey's name got brought up. Football player. I've not heard that name in years. Um, yeah, Ivan Toney, that's betting. Stuart Bingham, that's the snooker player who got banned for 6 months for betting breaches. We've seen it with Daniel Sturridge. We've seen it with Michael Chopra, Joe Barton. Um, and that's betting allegations. Now, what Ivan Toney was betting on, if it is impacting obviously results, where he's betting on actual matches he's playing and all mates are playing, and that's different. Um, the, Stuart Bingham breached betting rules in snooker, 6 month ban. Daniel Sturridge, Trippier, Michael Chopra, Joey Barton got 18 months for 1,300 odd breaches or 1,800 odd breaches in betting rules. And this is the problem. You've got sports that have betting sponsorship, where individual athletes have got a betting sponsor as an arrangement. When we're talking about the old tobacco sponsorship with the embassy sponsorship, that was tobacco sponsorship back in the day. Now that's obviously outlawed now, that's banned. It's like alcohol sponsorship in France is illegal. So certain jurisdictions and globally, I think tobacco sponsorship is banned now at all sporting events on TV. But the principle is, should gambling sponsorship go the same way as tobacco and alcohol, with either alcohol limited sponsorship and banned in France, or do we allow it to continue? Because gambling is one of the most regulated industries in the world, stupidly regulated, and every sport has its rules in regards to players gambling. And so on the Ivan Toney, we're going to see that he's still allowed to play. He's not suspended yet. The FA are building their investigation. It will have a negative impact on Brentford. It will let his side down. He's going to be banned for a while. Now, whether Brentford decide we're going to support our player or terminate his contract, we shall see. Speaking of the Herds, I know this is going away from snooker, but I saw several articles that saying boxing could be dropped. Yeah, there is a possibility because of there is allegations within corruption within the amateur level of boxing, and it could be yes. That was again the Irish media were commenting on that on Off the Ball about 2 months ago, a month and a half ago, about the situation with boxing and whether it would remain an Olympic sport. There's concerns about it being an Olympic sport at the next Olympics. And there's concerns about the amateur side of the sport and the professional side of the sport, and the fact that you haven't got a unified governing body within the sport. You've got the 5 belts and all that, and the 4 governing bodies, and it's all a bit up in the air. Boxing is in a crossroads. When you've got people like the Logan brothers and Paul Gallen, rugby league players, and doing some of their exhibition fights, it makes a mockery of the sport. And when you haven't got an overreaching singular international governing body, you've got multiples. It makes a mockery of the sport. And then when you have the allegations of doping and drug use within the sport, be it recreational or performance enhancing, and some of the other allegations of fixed fights and such, and organised crime involvement with W. Then this is a sport with a lot of problems going forward and a lot of concerns. And fights not taking place. As I said, the Eubank Ben fight that got called off. One of my neighbours is a professional boxer. He was on the undercard, and those other undercard fights haven't been rearranged yet. So that brings into question the whole culture of the Hearn involvement, trainers, transparency in sport, drugs testing within the sport, drug use within the sport, performance enhancing, weight loss, recreational, a whole number of things. And it has a negative impact. Now, the IOC are looking at dropping it from the Olympics, which would be ridiculous. Partly because the French have got no good fighters at the moment as well, to make them look bad on the medal count. They've got to have boxers in every participate in every event. But when a high profile sport like boxing, the IOC are considering dropping it from the Olympics. It's one of the most popular events at the Olympics. To drop that says that the sport has got problems, and that is a big concern. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the IOC and whether they decide within the next 3 years to drop it or not. We'll see. But for me, if they were, that would send shockwaves through the sport. But it needs that kind of shock given to it, in my opinion. But there's reasons why they're considering dropping it. There's concerns about the integrity of the sport. Australian Open, will Djokovic and Nadal continue to win, or will this be the turning point? I think this year's the turning point. If not this year, maybe next year. I think this is the turning point for tennis. I think Murray's on his last legs. Djokovic is not at his peak. Nadal's on his last legs. Federer's gone. I think this is where tennis becomes really competitive for the first time in a while, because it's been dominated by a handful of players, and it is weak. Yeah, it's not. Again, I don't enjoy tennis as much. I do not enjoy tennis as much, but we are starting to see that turn now. So I think it's going to become a very interesting male field for the majors, the Grand Slams, and the minor ranking tournaments as well. I think we're going to see a very competitive top 20, top 30 in the world now. I think Rafa Nadal doesn't have much long left with his degenerative. He's got a degenerative bone and muscular condition in his ankles and feet, which require a lot of painkilling injections, and possibly will require surgery to rectify. So I don't think Nadal plays much longer. I think this is his last year. Djokovic, a couple of years, but it depends on what happens with the COVID pandemic, if restrictions come back or not, and obviously the visa situation that he had last year, and some of his statements and some of his viewpoints are at odds with a lot of people in the world. He's a bit controversial, and he's not necessarily the most likable character. So Djokovic is one of them who's a bit controversial, but not on the same level as some other players, like Kyrgios. He's not on the same level, but we'll see what happens there. But no, Nadal, I think this is his last year. I don't think he can do another full calendar, not with his health issues and injury problems. Djokovic, he's not as good as he once was. He's still one of the best, but he's vulnerable. So this is the year, I think. Anyway, I'm going to call that there. That's 5.5 hours. That's got to be the second longest stream we've done ever. I think the longest was over 6 hours. It's amazing that we've been just going for so long. But I need to sort out my dinner. I'm going to get a pizza delivered because I'm lazy. Can't be asked to cook. I mean, I've got soup and I've got cereals and stuff. Can't be asked to cook anything. Going to order pizza. Be lazy. Modern problems require modern solutions. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot to look forward to in the coming 12 months. A lot to look forward to. Absolutely. My hair, my mullet's getting on. There is a lot to look forward to coming in the next 12 months. We've got a Women's World Cup. We've got a Rugby Union World Cup. We've got an expanded NRL season, expanded NRLW season. We've obviously got the FA Cup and the Champions League, and the Europa League standard, regular season play, and all these things. And of course, we've got qualifiers for the next Euros, which will be interesting to see how they pan out with England and Southgate, and also Wales as well, with how they didn't perform at the World Cup. And so there's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot to discuss. And quite frankly, I think we're going to see some more managerial changes as well in English football as well. So we are going to see some big changes. This World Cup was a graveyard of head coaches at international level. and I think we are going to see some more managers at club level lose their jobs as well. But anyway, the first big story will be Joe Marler, how long he gets suspended for. And I will do a video on Joe Marler, and of course, what's happened to Pele, and Pele not quite seeing out the year. He made the World Cup final, but couldn't go much past that. It's obviously sad, but he'd been ill for some time. Pele was a legend. Always will be the GOAT. 3 World Cup wins, 4 consecutive World Cups played, and he was the first player to do that, although consecutive World Cups have now been surpassed by others. Youngest player to score a World Cup final, youngest player to score a World Cup hat-trick, first player to win 3 World Cups. Different time. But anyway, thank you very much for watching. Place, obviously, I'll have some more content for you soon. And for me, it's goodbye for now. And we'll see what happens with Joe Marler, and we'll see what happens in some other sporting things as well. I can see some managers getting the sack, and obviously the third round of the FA Cup's looming, so we'll see how that plays out. But for me, now, it's goodbye.